Why is Origins after 1? The order is arbitrary. It's just I put the first 3 in this order because they're the 3 I can do on PSTV. GCV, thanks for the 98 bits. Getting in all the alerts before I start. Fair enough. I'm playing in a well-lit room? No! I'm not. I'm front-lit, though. This light is not pointing in the right direction, though. There you go. You can actually see the difference that made. Very slight, but it does matter. Okay, GCV, thanks for the 98 bits and gifting a sub. There we go, there we go. Yeah, the way this is arranged is I'm going to be doing 5 runs, all to achieve the UFO ending of a given game. Let me actually make sure that everything is set up properly for that. Yep, check, check, check. La-di-da. Top save file for that. GCV, thanks for the 100 bits. And also, I have an FAQ set up. It's in the title of the stream, but also there's a command. If you type !UFO FAQ, you will get a short FAQ that I wrote to answer what I suspected would be the most commonly asked questions, although I failed to answer the one about why the games were ordered the way they were. Should probably put that in, but it's a bit late for that now. In fact, I will read off this FAQ to you, not in its entirety, but just some of the key points before we start, just for the hell of it. Why am I playing 3 of the games on PSTV? Convenience, because it means I don't have to plug in the PS2. It means I can just swap straight to PC when 2 and 3 happens. What is world record? There isn't one. No one's done this before as far as I know, and this isn't really a formal speedrun category. And why are the following not included? Silent Hill 4 is not included because it does not have a joke ending at all. That game is humorless. Downpour is not included because it's called the surprise ending, not a UFO ending. Book of Memories is not included for the same reason it's not called UFO Ending, and also Book of Memories is like a 5-hour run I don't have all day. Homecoming has a UFO ending, but has no formal speedrun category called UFO Ending. So I left it out on that basis. Like, the other games all have a dedicated UFO ending category. Homecoming doesn't, because it's like a standard ending in that game. It's not like a special ending. That's the one that's the shakiest. I would be open to reconsidering that at a later date, but for now, it's gone. And Arcade also has a UFO ending, but again has no category for it, and you also can't get it anymore because it was tied to Konami's online service, which has been discontinued since, like, before the turn of the previous decade. You can't get Arcade UFO ending legitimately anymore. You have to do, like, hack bullshit to get it to function. So that's out. In fact, I actually don't know how to get the hack bullshit itself to function. I've looked into it before, but couldn't get it to take. Anyway, let's start the run, shall we? 3, 2, 1. Play ball. I assume everything's fine. I didn't bother to check. Sadly, I shall also be playing Silent Hill 1 at normal speed rather than turbo. Which means my muscle memory is all off. Yeah, strap in for what is probably going to be about, I don't know, anywhere from 4 to 5 hours of Silent Hill. Depending on how long this takes me.
Huh. Radio.
Yeah, you'd need to emulate an EMU server or something, which is not impossible to do, but it, like, no one really cares about doing it for Silent Hill Arcade in particular. Like, I'm sure there's a way. It's not unknown technology.
What's happening to this place?
But there sure isn't a convenient way. But yeah, I wanted to do this today. I said I wanted to do it this weekend, and I've decided to just sort of do it now. I know I started stream a bit later than usual, than I would have liked, but I didn't want to not do it today, so you're just gonna have to deal with it being late, I guess. I doubt the Americans in the audience really mind. That being, you know, statistically 90% of you. I tell you what I'm not totally sure about, is that if I wanted to treat this as like a super serious speedrun category, when would you end time for each game, you know? Would it be on the moment you complete them? But then you could, like, you know, skip the endings and immediately move on to the next game in the series, you know, just skip that time between but, like, I'm gonna let the endings play. I'm gonna let the endings play this run. Like, I'm gonna allow the people to see the endings, you know? Because that sort of feels like, it feels like skipping the endings and moving on to the next game would sort of defeat the point, you know? Is the point not to watch the joke endings? I tell you what, as well, I put a whole thing in the FAQ about how Book of Memories has, like, a joke ending, but that would add, like, 5 hours to the overall run time, and it's not considered its own category. And all of that's true. Here's the thing, is that I actually don't know how to get Book of Memories' joke ending. I never looked into it. I think you need to collect certain items and have them equipped by the time you beat the final boss, but I don't know which ones or where you get them. That'd have to actually be routed in manually. But either way, a playthrough of Book of Memes would take as long as, like, every other game put together. I think mine are about 3 hours, that's a general estimate. I would put it at more like 4 to 5 because RTA has complications. Like, hardware swapping. Me fucking with my stream layout because the games don't all run at the same resolution. And the fact that the listed time on the leaderboard is in-game time and RTA is, like, you know, more than that. Although, that being said, PSTV is the fastest RTA for Silent Hill 1. By a fairly non-trivial margin, actually, so I'm giving myself an advantage here over other people by utilizing the power of PSTV. Theoretically, my setup is like RTA optimal. I did actually try to optimize for that. That's why 3 games are on the same platform, and it also is the fastest RTA platform for Silent Hill 1 in particular. Which I think is funny. And, like, you might as well use a PSTV at that point, because you have to get a PSTV involved to play Origins. So at that point, you might as well cut a PS2 out of the equation entirely, right? That's what I think. That was my, like, RTA logic. Like, somewhere between taking it seriously and somewhere between not, you know? Hi, Gomez. Watch me on Carsey's RE7 GDQ vid. I still like that run. I think I did a good job on co-commentary with that one. That was a lot of fun. Seems like people still like it. Glad to have you here. Overport of Origins on PS2? Yes, but the fact that I keep forgetting it exists is like a serious, like, does that tell you, does that not tell you a lot about its viability as... Like, I actually own the PS2 port of Origins, and I keep forgetting I have it. You bailed on watching some shitty movie to watch this? Well, thank you very much, GCV. This might sound weird, but your cat is riveted in watching me right now. What can I say? I have animal magnetism. Book of Meme, but 500% speed. I don't think I can do that for Vita games, unfortunately. GCV, thanks for the 50 bits. Thank you very much, everyone. You know, if I were a smarter streamer, I would have made this a sub-incentive. I'm kind of kicking myself for not doing that, in retrospect. It's like, I should have made this a fucking sub-incentive. Absolute twat. I'm giving away content for free here! Never too late. Stop the stream. Nah, we're off to the races here. Turn the light back on, idiot. No, no. Okay, I got it. It's fine. It's too late now. I kind of committed to this as something I wanted to do before thinking about the fact that, like, this is the kind of thing other streamers make a sub incentive. And I'm like, damn it, I don't get this. Oof. This is why I'm not #stream big, you know? This is... My muscle memory for this is, like, broken. As a consequence of all that time I spent playing it sped up, my muscle memory for fucking cursor movement is completely broken. I don't remember shit. Book of Meme stream incentive. I think it, like, my first playthrough of it was, like, a sub incentive way back when, you know? You have to strong arm your subs constantly. You wouldn't mind a sub-only stream like once a month? I'd never do a sub-only stream. I don't really see the point. Also, it's actually very easy to bypass that. It's actually very easy to bypass sub-only streaming stuff. So it's not even that effective. But either way, I don't really like the concept of doing a sub-only stream. Like, what would I be able to provide that's, like, so special that only subs could see it, you know? I don't have any, like, ideas on that front. It's an option on Twitch. You can do it on Twitch. It is just a feature set of Twitch, but I'm not surprised people don't know it's possible because basically nobody does it. Q&A stream? Dude, when you're a streamer, every fucking stream is a Q&A stream. Blech. How was my morning? I woke up at like 2 PM. I didn't have a morning. I slept the fuck in. Because I stayed up really late playing DJ Max again, a thing I keep doing.
I disagree.
I really like DJ Max. It's like a problem. Riptire, thanks for gifting a sub to Gomez. That's very nice of you. How's my ranking on DJ Max? My ranking is increasing by the fucking day. I'm probably going to get to top 100 in every single button mode, thereby statistically making me the greatest player in the universe. Like, as an average, I am decent to somewhat above average in all button modes, but as an aggregate, that makes me quite good. But I need to clear more 8B before that can become a reality. I'm still a ways off, but I'm getting there. It is merely a matter of time. Anyway, I've used the channeling stone. That's one of the requirements of the UFO ending for this game. You need to use the channeling stone in, I think it's 5 different places. I always forget the exact number because the last 3 are all like bunched together. Yeah, I also have a completely different game that I might want to end up playing on stream soonish. It's not a rhythm game. It has nothing to do with rhythm games. Just sort of be clear about that, because I pivoted the conversation immediately. That I might want to play because of, I love emails from publishers where they just dump a Steam key into the mail in my email. That bleh. That didn't connect at all. But the game I got sent looked pretty cool, so I might think about it. I won't tell you what it is though, just in case I don't actually get around to it. But the moxie on this game's publisher to just dump a fucking Steam key directly into my inbox. Like, could not buy a fuck. I feel like that's, like, not a good idea. Just dumping a Steam key directly into my inbox, but, like, publishers sometimes just do that. Like, indies definitely sometimes just do it. But I'm very surprised when publishers do it. But they do sometimes just do it. Not that I care, like, I don't mind. Like, fine by me. I appreciate the directness of it. Like, they don't even want me to write them back. They just here's a key. Do whatever you're gonna do with it. Later, pal. One can't help but appreciate that kind of moxie, you know? But I can't help but wonder that, like, you know, what's going on that they're just, like, shotgunning keys to people's mail addresses? I feel like that's begging to get people to, like, flip your game on G2A or something. Who is still in business? I don't recall them going out of business. I don't keep tabs. Yeah, I woke up to an email from, like, a publisher of a game that I'd kind of heard about. It looked sort of interesting. It was vaguely in my radar, but not exactly, like, immediately stumped for it. And they're just like, here's a key. Do an influencer thing with it if you could be so kind. And I was like, oh, alright, sure. I'll think about it. It's mostly, like, it really makes me think about how it's, like, mostly just a timing thing. Because, like, I'm just looking for something to play right now, and it's like, well, you asked with the right timing more than anything else. Makes me think about all the games I didn't play, not because they looked bad, but because they just asked at the wrong time. It's all such bullshit, man. Marketing is a rhythm game where you can't know the timing. It's just there's simply no way to know the timing. Because how are you gonna know what might schedule? You know, speaking of, like, adventures in the influencer, since apparently this is just, like, candidly discussing this sort of thing, I put in a key request. We talked about it on stream the last time about how Square Enix was, like, taking key requests for Strangers of Paradise, right? And I was like, oh, that sounds like something I'd want. So I did in fact put in a request. But on the form, they have a little thing on the request form that says, why should you get a key? And I was like, I mean, you like judge for like you can look at my metrics if you want, but that's like the only thing you really care about. So I don't know why you're asking me this question. Like, this is a fucking job interview. Either give me the key or don't. So the thing I wrote in the box was, game looks fun. I streamed the game. That's how this works generally, and hit send. Because like, the worst that they can do is they can say no, right? Like, that's it. The worst that they can do is they can just deny my request for a key, and then I end up either buying it myself or not playing it. That's the worst that these things can do. You will be shocked to learn I don't have very strong relationships with any major brand. You will be fucking shocked to learn. As a consequence of my just general refusal to, like, take it very seriously. I have not sold out yet. I have sold out many a time. Except for the chick reader. I mean, that's one guy. He's a solo indie dev. I have lots of, like, indie dev friends. Because I liked their game and played their games in a high-profile way. But, like, that's not, like, a brand relationship. That's just people whose games I've liked and have evangelized for, because I do that sometimes. I guess CyberConnect 2 likes me. Because there's, like, very strong odds I'm the single most prominent English language coverage that Fuga ever got. UDevs count, yeah, but they're not like a brand. When I said, like, you know, like, brand relationship, I meant, like, I don't know, Capcom or, God forbid, Nintendo. Nintendo has no good brand relationships with anyone. With any creators. Nintendo just fucking hates creators. Which is good, because I hate them too. So that's fine. Or Square Enix, or, you know, like, a publisher. None of those lot. I don't maintain particularly strong contact with, although I've managed to get games here and there, but I don't have, like, a particularly, like, ongoing relationship with any of them. Konami. Konami actually offered me a key for what the fuck was it? The Getsu Fumiden thing. Don't go well. That's technically published by them, isn't it? I didn't take it. It didn't look like something I would get much out of, unfortunately. The game doesn't look bad by any means, it just didn't really look like my thing. Action roguelike and what have you. D Noir, thanks for the 2 months, by the way. Yeah, I mean, Getsu Fumiden's a Konami franchise, so I kind of thought it would be. Thanks for the good luck, Tornado Twister. Hi, Luca Luca. You say it's a bit weird to see the game at normal speed. It feels weird. I feel like I'm underwater. There was a UFO ending in Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 invented the UFO ending. It was the original and the best. How many Silent Hill games can I do on turbo mode? 3. And I suspect that, like, the software that I used to accomplish that would probably work with 4, but I've never tried it because I don't like 4 very much. So, would you like to play more of Silent Hill 4? Not especially. Nurse Push is so easy on PSTV. Yeah, the one truth in Silent Hill 4 just sucks. It's a really shitty boss. Do I play any Resident Evil games? Sometimes, but not recently. The Resident Evil games I speedrun are mostly spin-offs. Oh, actually, I... This is really funny, this is my fun. So, the fun fact, a highly dubious achievement is that I am the only person who has ever held the world record in all 4 Resident Evil Gun Survivor games simultaneously. I have the dubious honor of being the most accomplished fucking Gun Survivor runner.
What's this?
That's something I'm proud of? Kinda, yeah. I'm very, yeah, in case you don't know, by the way, the 4 Gun Survivor games are Resident Evil Survivor 1, Resident Evil Survivor 2 Code Veronica. That's the PS2 one. It was never released in America, so I think a lot of Americans don't know it exists, which is fair. Dino Stalker, as it's called in America, is called Gun Survivor 3 in Japan, so it's the 3rd Gun Survivor game, although it's not a Resident Evil game, it's a Dino Crisis game. Go figure. It counts, though, Shush, and Resident Evil Dead Aim, which is called Gun Survivor 4 Heroes Never Die in Japan, so it's the 4th Gun Survivor game. I had the world record in all 4 of them at once at one point in time. And I am the only person, I think, who has held all 4 of them at the same time.
Was I dreaming?
I don't have Gun Survivor 2 or 4 anymore, though. Those both got beaten. I do still have Gun Survivor 1 and Dino Stalker, though. By pretty healthy margins, too, actually. Yeah, for whatever reason, the run that beat me just has faster load times, and I never worked out why. Like, this will sound insulting, but fuck it, it's not a more technically proficient run. It just loads quicker than me. Like, it's about as good as mine, it's just, like, it just loads quicker. It's like a second per room, that adds up really quickly. And I don't know why. I've never bothered to look into it. Like, maybe he's using a different model of PS2, I could ask him and find out. I don't think he's using, like, illegitimate, nasty means to play the game, though. Like a hard drive to load the game off or something. Because that produces a much more dramatic effect. Like, you can very easily tell. So, I don't know, there's some sort of subtle hardware difference going on there, and I'm not tremendously sure what it is, and I never worked it, and I couldn't be bothered to. Like, it's Gun Survivor 2, I don't care that much. Playing this on PC, that question and more is answered in the FAQ, in the title of the stream. But no, this is not on PC. Silent Hill 1 has no PC port. Unknowingly downloaded a version of the ISO. No, as far as I know, the other console runner is playing on a real disc. His PS2 just loads it faster for whatever reason. Maybe it's a model thing. Maybe it's, I don't know, just bullshit. I don't know. It beats me. That didn't work. That failed. Yeah, I'm trying to do Notorious Skip here, which is fun, because the skip is very hard and annoying. And partially random. Nope, the AI failed. Got it. Got him. What was that, like 4th try? That's not bad. You could do worse in a live environment. Where am I from? England. I'm English. Oh, I'm a bit off to the left. Whee. Bonk. Right, now very important, do not forget, use the channeling stone before... Use the channeling stone before the boss fight. This is the easiest one to forget, because the window to do it is very brief. I know that RPD? No. Is that... I assume that is another content person, but no, I don't know who that is. Use the channeling stone right the fuck now. Good, remembered. Genius. Orclon? I know of Orclon. Orchlon? I actually don't know how to pronounce it. Why the interest? Bonk. Odd rotation. Ah, damn it. Die! Bitch! It's too many hits, don't like it. Some options on PS2 to make it load faster? What options? Like fast disk speed? Fast disk speed doesn't do anything for PS2 games. It's only like for PS1 games on PS2 that it matters. Just to be completely sure about this. Yeah, Survivor 2 is a native PS2 game. It's not affected by fast disk speed. But the thing is that there's a strong potential which just has to do with the model of PS2. This does just happen sometimes. Where different models of PS2 load PS2 and PS1 games differently, because that's just version stuff. If I could ask the dude what model of PS2 he was playing on, I could probably figure something out, but I've never bothered to do that. And it's not a huge deal. Like, I was running on a 90k PS2 for Gun Survivor 2, which is the latest model, like, well, the latest, latest relative to the PS2. But it was the last model of PS2, and generally speaking, it's the fastest one for, a lot of games. Like, the general rule with PS2 is that 90k is often the best, but when it's not the best, it's rarely bad, is how that works. Like, in cases where the 90k is not optimal, the 90k is rarely bad. You can never go wrong with 90k. I am so mad. Am I? Like, right now? I wasn't aware. Username James Sunderland come in to post "You are so mad" with a highlighted message, meaning they've accumulated points to post that. I respect that. That's quite the post. Be nice to me, though. I'm very sensitive. Oh, haha. Fuck. Actually, I could just move around. Why did the auto-aim do that? Good lord. That was quite the situation. Yeah, it worked. Could never go go wrong with 90k fans when they're 90k in debt? Thing is that there's other models of PS2, right? You have the 70k model for other slim lines. There's a chance that the guy is playing on a 70k and that just loads Gun Survivor 2 slightly faster because it's not unheard of. It does happen. Maybe Gun Survivor 2 is one of those annoying games that loads fastest on a fat PS2. That is also a thing. Like, I know Crash Team Racing, for example, is apparently optimal on a fat PS2. A 30k model. That's just a thing that happens with console speedrunning sometimes. If it sounds like the only way to optimally speedrun a whole lot of PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games is to have like 50 different models of PS2 sitting around, that's because that's mostly true. Which one of you fucking guys has the Punchy inactive account? Which one of you is doing that? Am I going to TwitchCon? No. It's like... It's in America. I'm not going to America. Someone made that account prior to me getting partner, but then, like, changed the name or something? Everyone in Europe too? Yeah, but I don't want to go to... Okay, so... I'm gonna be a wet blanket. I've been to TwitchCon before. I didn't like it very much. I went to TwitchCon Berlin one year, and the first problem with that was it was in Berlin. It turns out the Germans don't believe in free water. So the entire event, I was mostly just dying of dehydration. I eventually started smuggling empty bottles into the event past security. Twitch can ban me if they want, I don't care. Just so I could fill it from the bathroom. Because for some reason they would check for plastic bottles at security, and they would like take it off if they found it, but I just started smuggling it through anyway. Because I have a backpack that has like 50,000 compartments in it. I can stay hydrated, though I only have Coca-Cola. Is my game order today chronological for the in-game story progression? No, because if it was, Origins would be before 1. I've arranged it this way, honestly, somewhat arbitrarily. Did I have a decoy bottle for them to find? No, I just hid, like, multiple bottles in different pouches. Thereby making it really hard to check all of them, because they weren't being very thorough. They weren't, like, opening up every single compartment. Hi, Gorman. Welcome to the stream. It was not that hard to just, like, sneak a bottle or two through security, but then I could fill it up from the bathroom tap and just, you know, have water as I went around the event rather than dying. They were charging for the water at stands. And the water, by a cup, was in a cup. They weren't giving out bottles, they were giving, like, water cups. Which is another very insulting thing. They were charging, like... Was it like a... I can't remember what the price was, because it was in euros. But the point... What I just think to remember is that the beer was cheaper. Beer was cheaper to purchase at TwitchCon Berlin than water. Which, let me tell you how that went. Let me fucking tell you how that went. Can you imagine what happens when you put a whole bunch of nerds in an environment where beer is cheaper to purchase than water?
Sybil.
Thing is that, like, I'm, once again, I'm wet blanket as fuck. I don't drink. I do not drink. Like, alcohol. Obviously. But I do not drink alcohol. I don't really like the taste of it. Do you hold up left or up right here? I can't remember. It's up left. I don't drink alcohol. I don't like the taste of it. So, like, everyone's just getting drunk at this event because it's the only thing to do, really. So TwitchCon was very boring for me. The funny thing is that, like, I've told this story before, but why not tell it again? The thing that shocked me about TwitchCon is that I kind of thought there would be video games there. You know, naive Punchy, thinking thoughts. The video game, the convention based around a video game streaming website would in fact prominently feature video games. Well, I wasn't expecting like an E3 or anything, I get that it's not for that, but I was expecting video games to make an appearance. But there weren't that many. There were like a handful of booths on the show floor for like the popular streamer games of the moment. And not much else. That's one game down, by the by.
I disagree.
Cheers, Punchy.
Sothan, thanks for the 14 months of Prime Gaming.
Sorry. Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair.
Did you guys know that activates the vibration in the controller? Is this a mod of Silent Hill? No, that's just Silent Hill. That's just one of the endings you can get in Silent Hill. It's real. It's a real ending. I can skip the credits, but should I? Is this music supposed to sound detuned? Yes. Silent Hill. Special thanks to Halky. The Endo. What's the time? 26:43. That's moderately okay, I guess. Sure. Dope. Great. Next. I'm gonna have to, like, break my stream layout for a bit here to do this properly. For you see, PSP games don't run at the same resolution. Ah. I'm a bit smaller than I'd like to be, but this will have to do. Not exactly the most seamless transition in the universe, is it? But unfortunately, this is the problem with streaming games with multiple different resolutions. Right. Load game. Hit the wrong button, because it's circle. This is a Japanese game. I mean, well, it's not, but I'm playing the Japanese version. Which save file is my UFO Ending save file? I'm dumb and bad and don't remember. Go with this one. Probably right. Skip. Skip. So, Silent Hill Origins. What button opens the menu again? No, that's... Damn it. Button controls the light. X. Why is it X? Let's pause. I can't remember the controls for this game. Hang on. Because I need to put on... tracksuit outfit. Because this gives you infinite stamina. It's a New Game Plus thing. This game has a stamina system for running. And the goal of this game's UFO Ending is I gotta get the UFO key and use it in a door. That's it. This game's UFO Ending is, like, pretty uncomplicated as far as its requirements go. Whoops, that's not a cutscene. For Origins is a game that was originally released only on the PSP. It has a PS2 port, but the PS2 port is really bad, so the PSP version is preferred for speedruns massively. Like, the PS2 version, for instance, has, like, atrocious load times. Which would make it very bad for speed. Yeah, this is Travis... What's his face? I don't remember his last name, so I'm just going to call it Travis Touchdown. Travis Touchdown is trying to save a burning Alessa from this building. He does this for no discernible reason. Just a man with a good heart. He walks into the building on the assumption that he should find someone there. And I don't entirely recall why he thinks this is the case. I think there is a reason, but I just forgot what it is. She looks roasted? That's because she was. She was badly burnt in the fire. That's it's a prequel to Silent Hill 1, this game, right? So it takes place before Silent Hill 1. And in Silent Hill 1, Alessa gets burned nearly to death by a house fire. Here's a key point of the Origins run. The flashlight goes off and it fucking stays off forever. Except for when the game forces it back on because it likes to be annoying. Flashlight stays off. Nope. Other point of the UFO Ending run of Origins. I equip these gauntlets. And then you run in the wrong direction because you're very clever. Lungs are a puzzle item. I need the lungs. Ooh, Ooh, the controls in this game are rough. I need this egg. Oh, also, here's a question I probably should have put in the FAQ but never answered, although no one's asked it yet. I'm going to answer it anyway. This is a Western Silent Hill game, but I'm playing the Japanese version. This is not because the Japanese version is in any way faster, it's just because I have the Japanese version. You cannot buy the English version of this game off the PlayStation Network anymore, for some reason. It and Shattered Memories have been delisted for years, but the Japanese version of this game is still there. So that's the one I have. And I don't know why. Oh. Get it? Why does it default to no? That is a game crime. I have this version because I'm a weirdo. No, it's just easier to get. That's not the right direction. You're going the wrong way. Don't pick up the toaster. Don't pick up the toaster. I evaded toast. Successful. That's the first sticking point of the Origins run, is don't pick up the toaster. Otherwise it pollutes your inventory with toast. And that would be no good at all. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I've got the menu. Oh, right, this game has no idea how anatomy works. Yeah, for some reason I had two menus open at the same time there. I was making menu noises the whole time I was, like, playing as a result of that. Because I somehow opened the menu twice. Silent Hill Origins is a very polished game. I'm honestly surprised there isn't like weirder tech in this game's run as a consequence of being able to do shit like just layer cutscenes on top of menus and menus on top of menus and shit like that. But shockingly, no, there's only one glitch that we found in this run, and it's very easy to execute. Anyway, this is a boss fight, quote-unquote. I'm going to punch this guy to death. You see, the punchy fists do a shit ton of damage. They will kill everything in the game in, like, 2 hits. I feel like ideally, if you want to do this super optimally, you'd use a save file that doesn't have the Tesla rifle unlocked. Whoops. Because I actually don't have the record in this game's UFO Ending speedrun. I used to, but I'm like 3rd place now, but not by much, because it's a very marginal category. But I do still have the record in any percent by a pretty comfortable margin. Did I crank up the gamma, or is it like this naturally? Origins is just like this. Origins is just quite bright by default. Although you will probably not be saying that when we get to the asylum and everything becomes dark as fuck again. But in outdoor areas, it's a blinding light. going to collect this medkit just for the hell of it. Why is Travis shaped like a Guitar Hero character? That's such a weirdly I understand exactly what you mean, though. How could you say something so funny? He could totally be a Guitar Hero character. He's got like country music energy. To the sanitarium! Anyway, here we are at the destination. This sanitarium is like half the run. Because it's quite big and a bit confusing. Sometimes the reason you never finish the game. It's like the second major area of 4. So the funny thing is that if you quit in the sanitarium, you got like halfway through the game. Origins is not a very long game, like even casually, it's pretty short. Solve a puzzle, get a key. You know how this works. You've played a video game before. See, this is the benefit of keeping the flashlight off, is that with flashlight off, enemies are, in dark areas, effectively blind. Meaning I can easily circumvent them. Bleh. Oh, dude, this game's controls suck. Why does it default to no? That is still a game crime. Yeah, Space Station might be like one of the most common settings for a horror game I can think of.
Ah! I've always hated you! You and your devil's son!
And that's that. We are the Devil's Son. Context? No. I will never provide context. Especially not for Silent Hill Origins. Like, to be honest with you, one of the reasons I can't give context for this game very well is that I don't really remember it very well. Where am I going? I feel like I went the wrong way. No, I think this is right. Is it right though? Like bullshit world or not? No, this is not right. I've made a mistake of some kind, but this map layout is so bad I can't really remember what the mistake was. Wrong button, damn it. Fuck's sake, get baited. I think I remember what the mistake was. I'm supposed to cut back through this way, rather than going through the basement. Trains might be more common than trains themselves. I can name at least 2 pieces of horror media set on trains. And that seems like a pretty low number, personally. Why does the camera do that? Thanks, game. Those games? I never said they were games, but Resident Evil 0 is set on a train, and the other one's Train to Busan, which is, you know, clues in the name. This camera angle changes depending on whether or not you're in the other world or not. Yes, you have the ability to shift between, like, the real world and the other world at a whim, and it's used for puzzle solving / making you explore every room twice. Which is a pain, frankly.
I disagree.
6 in jail.
Digi, thanks for the 42 months. Thank you very much. tiny mirror. That's all you need. Except a portable mirror. Those don't work. I'm consistently baffled by this game's decision to not use tank controls, but also have the camera sometimes point, like, completely opposite directions on entering a room or not. Oh, is this not the archive? No, it's not. I need to be on the top floor, I think. Excuse me. That's the archive key.
I had to do it. You had to? Please, help me
Salaha 1, quite clearly not. The information one would need to answer that question is available to you. Right, that door doesn't open. Oh, it's My Little Pony. My Little Pony RTA complete. Love to complete RTA. Ah, fuck, can't stop yawning. Low energy streamer. Streamer is physically falling asleep as we speak. What's the puzzle? I forget what this is. Green, blue, cool hitbox. There we go. Thanks for the 10 bits, GCV. Wake up, I wish it was that easy. Unfortunately for all of you, I have narcolepsy. Whoops. Just getting something at the same time. Funnily enough, they actually do come as like a package deal. you can do is grab a brush and put a little makeup. I discussed to fade away the shadow. You wanted to, etc., etc. GCV, thanks for the 69 bits. Does that mean I just effectively never sleep when I intend to? No, it just means I have difficulty keeping a consistent sleeping schedule is all. I mean, like lots of people. But particularly it comes with a couple of weird caveats, which is that if I'm not very strict about my sleeping schedule, I can do shit like fall asleep for 12 hours at a time. Like when I'm off schedule, I sleep so much like I can lose like days. Do I still play Silent Hill? They asked in the middle of me playing Silent Hill. I'm playing Silent Hill right now. That's what this is. That's what this whole stream fucking is. It's nothing but Silent Hill, mate. Do I still... I'm gonna throw up. Hang on, I gotta kill this boss. I got him. They're dead. I win. Am I still British? Every day I wake up and I'm still in England! Okay, why though? I mean, unfortunately, I live here. I was born in England. I did not choose that. Did I know the Silent Hill games have a secret UFO? Tell me more. Maybe it's something I could frame some sort of multi-game speedrun based around, you know. You did not ask for this. No. If you're trying to do like the Adam Jensen thing, but British, it'd be like, I didn't ask for this. It wouldn't be in it, it'd be didn't. Thanks for the good luck, Tracy. Traveling to England in a few days, God help you. You are beyond God's help now. You recently discovered speedruns. Maybe you could try it. Maybe I could. Perhaps. I'll think about it. Unfortunately, my schedule is very busy, what with being a professional rhythm game streamer and all. Cornwall! He's getting corn! Sense I'm going the wrong way again, not helped by this fucking camera. This northern guy talking shit about London. I like London. But then I was born there. Seen one international city, you've seen them all. You haven't seen more than one. This fucking guy thinks he knows. As I've been to Berlin! Which is not like London at all. And yet I returned to the north. Yeah, because I got priced out of my own hometown. Fuck this camera angle. Why would you do that? Why would you put a camera angle change like that in your game with no tank controls? Why? I don't know what this guy's doing. Okay, we don't need to go there. We don't need to go there. Everyone was having a good time talking shit about different cities. We don't have to start with the stabbing and the shooting stuff. What is the ETA for this combo run? A few hours. Or to be more specific, because that's a fucking useless sentence, about 4 to 5, I'd say. Something like that. Fuck! Camera angle, why? In the game with no tank controls, eh? I remember the name of the Origins prototype, but he's too bland. His name is Jack. I want to play Strangers of Paradise. I think the energy of that game is immaculate. It's a full-on wrong category. We're doing this purely for the memes. That is a question that is actually in the FAQ. But the answer is it's just for the memes. I write these things down and no one reads them. Yeah, Nightbot was... I don't know, Nightbot's been slow with a few things lately. Debated. Right, time to execute the single glitch in the Origin speedrun. Get ready for this one, it's a real doozy. That's somewhere between sarcastic and not sarcastic. Right, so get this, right? There's this door, like, and you gotta put 2 tablets in the door to unlock it. Crazy. But what if instead we put 1 in and left? And then returned to the very same room. The puzzle, clearly not completed. Doesn't matter, as we can still access it. I don't know why that works. It does, though. You just don't have to solve that puzzle properly. You can just get through with only 1. It just... If you leave and re-enter, the door unlocks for some reason. It's not easy to access the FAQ if you watch this in a not desktop browser. Well, that's not my problem. Use a better device. It's only so easy I can make these things before it becomes someone's, like, not my problem. Collect light bulb. Don't know why it made that noise. It is just straight up a bug. Like, again, leaving and re-entering the room with only one in seems to work, but I guess they just never expected anyone would attempt to, like, to walk in with the puzzle with only one stone in it. So, like, I don't know. I don't really know why that, again, I don't know why that works, but it does. What's funny as well is that, like, the trick is so old, it's like sort of a, like, passed on knowledge. Like, it's in the earliest run VODs of this game that has, like, we don't know who found it, it's just always been there. Because whoever actually found it is, like, not around anymore. You just assume the player would finish the puzzle in one shot and so only one tablet. It's something like that, but the fact you have to leave the room and re-enter it, because it doesn't work if you just try and use the door immediately. Whereas if you use the 2 tablets correctly, the door opens on the spot. But it only works with one if you leave and re-enter the room. I don't know why that happens. Can it be reproduced in PS2 port? As far as I know, yeah, it still works on PS2. The bug was reproduced across PS2. Hi, skunk, 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 skunk. Thanks for the good luck. But you do have to put the tablet in. I don't know. It's odd. It's an odd thing that just happens. It's the one glitch in this run, and there's no execution requirement. You just have to do you just have to do a thing. I've never tried to see what happens if you put the second piece of the puzzle in after you've already finished it.
Be not afeared. The isle is full of noises. Sounds and sweet airs that give delight.
I'm full of noises. These are all legit. These will not be silly speed-up runs. I also... I mean, actually, I guess I could do silly speed-up for, Does it work if you put the left piece only in? I've never actually tried to do that. Believe it or not, I actually do not remember how to do this level to get the other piece. I don't remember where it is. Like, that skip actually skips a huge chunk of the level. It's a massive time save. As a consequence, I kind of forget everything that, like, leads up to it.
I'm refinishing my floor and part of the process involved in citrus-based solvent. Thank you for distracting me from the overwhelming ORANGE and I am proud of experience.
Mr. P. He is dead. I have boxed him. Mr. P, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you very much. It's very nice of you.
I disagree.
D Noir, thanks for gifting 2 sub to C Yao and Tracy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Try enunciating. Eclectics, thanks for the 100 bits. You would like to join the scam train. You have created a scam train. It's begun. You've done it. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Conducting the scam train. Right, this is the UFO Ending branch. You go up this fire escape, and you pick up this key. This key is only here on New Game Plus. It is not there on New Game. That's the only requirement you need for the UFO Ending. Just that's it. Farine, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Never got around to playing Origins. You hear it's not that great. It's not, but it's also not terrible either. I think it's the most okay game in the franchise. I didn't see this guy because my fat ass was obscuring his view model. I dislike my position. The PS2 port of Origins is also very bad. That doesn't help. Eclectics, thanks for the 100 bits. I'm sure you get the emotes. Fair enough. Be absolutely certain of it. Okay, the PSP version? Yeah, the PS2 version has bad brightness issues, making it hard to see. It runs worse, the load times are atrocious. The PS2 port is, like, worse. It's a worse game. Debated. Oh yeah, it's also prone to crashing. Whereas the PSP version is, like, not prone to crashing. I've never had it crash before. I know that's tempting fate, but I haven't. Whereas I've had the PS2 version crash twice in the course of a standard playthrough. This is the PSP version of the game, being played upon PSTV. Just emulate it. That's an option. I will say though, Origins doesn't emulate great. Like, it's fine, it's playable, but it has some visual bugs here and there. It's probably still better than the PS2 port though. But like, you will run into a room where all the visuals will crap out and you'll be like, what the fuck is happening here? It's normal, it goes away. Just sort of, like, fight through it for a bit, and it'll be fine there on down. In my opinion, what is the worst in Silent Hill series? The answer to that question depends on what one values in art. Like, I think Book of Memories might be the worst game just by dint of its sheer unnecessariness. Absolutely debated. Like, Book of Memories is definitely the least necessary game in the franchise by, like, a country mile. But is it the worst? Maybe. It is definitely quite boring. Didn't mean to pick that up. Thank you, camera angle. Right. Ding.
Huh? Doesn't fit. A lonely moon. You've always been there for me, haven't you?
Greetings, Travis.
You see my truck? I have to find my truck.
Your truck is on our planet. Come with us.
Can I drive?
You drive stick?
I wonder if any of the UFO endings are considered canon. The UFO endings are canon relative to each other. I don't need no credits. They're not special credits. 3041. Pretty bad. Next game. Woo! Yeah, no, the UFO endings 1, 2, and 3's UFO endings all follow a common thread. Shattered Memories kind of does its own thing, but it's like consistent with like, I don't know, the silliness of UFO ending. This got released on the PSP. Shattered Memories, it did, and furthermore, the PSP port is not even that bad. It's a bit chunky though. I'm also going to fuck the controls up because it's like different compared to PS2 because it's got less buttons naturally. Shattered Memories does in fact have a UFO ending. Here's the good old hairy spod. Oh, also this is the Japanese version again. Play.
I'm glad you came. Just turning up shows your commitment to the process. Good.
This is the longest game in the
I've
set,
read
by
your
the way.
notes. The other therapist didn't work out for you. I want you to know this will be different. We take this at your pace. No notes, no drugs, no theories. We go back to the start. Understand what happened. Take a look at this short form. I promise it's the only one you'll see during your therapy. Try to answer truthfully. It's easier that way.
The UFO ending in this game is like actually fairly well hidden.
Never cheated on a partner, really?
Like, even getting to start UFO ending requires you to notice a billboard that has a number on it. And, like, then you have to think, oh, I'll try and call it and see what happens. But if you do it without, like, without New Game Plus on, nothing happens. And you gotta hold square to run in the PSP version. I miss my trigger run. Yeah, as we learned, flashlight speed is a real thing, so flashlight has to stay off. Should have changed the brightness. Flashlight speed is real. Oh no. All my muscle memory for this is going to be completely different, because, like, the puzzles, everything you can interact with in the PSP version is, like, differently shaped compared to the PS2 version, so all of my muscle memory is going to be off. This is going to be delightful. This is going to be delightful, I'm sure. Chat members are wondering, it's called a reimagining of sorts. I wouldn't say it's a remake of one just because it doesn't really have the same essence. It's not, like, about the same things. That didn't actually change over properly. This game is very cool. How do you quick turn? There you go. That's the button. Why is English VA so terrible? I mean, Silent Hill games only have English VA. There is not a single game in the entire Silent Hill franchise that has Japanese voice acting in it. The fact that flashlight off is triangle in this game, but X in Origins is mind-bending in the context of doing both of these games one after the other. That's wrong. And you can't backspace numbers in this game for some reason. Just like a real phone. Okay. You have to phone that number, and now that we've phoned that number, UFO Ending is activated. We are now on the path. We must now take a picture of, I forget how many, number of UFOs across the whole game to achieve the desired result. And if I miss one, then oops, fuck. There's one right there. Here's the thing, I don't remember how the aiming controls for the camera works on PSP. It's different, because you don't have a right analog stick. There we go, that'll do. You gotta hold down right trigger, that's how. Like 13? I think it's like 13. That's the first one. And all the photos are going to be shitty and blurry, but it doesn't matter as long as it makes the right noise.
Cheryl?
Daddy? Daddy?
Sweetie, you're okay? Are you at home? Sweetie, wait there. Wait for me.
You have to run, Daddy. You can't fight them. Run!
What? Is somebody with you? Cheryl, I'm coming to get you.
I talked about this a lot during the month or two I was actually running this game, like, properly. Since now I have the record and all of the everything for this game. Haha, I'm so mighty. But, PSP is actually, like, a generally viable platform to speedrun this game on. It tends to be faster than the Wii version. And in fact, it's not really known why it's, like, fast, like, what the fastest platform even is. It's a toss-up between PSP and PS2. I'm currently, like, leading the board on JP PS2, but I'm not even completely convinced myself that, like, the JP PS2 is the fastest. Wii was the original console, yeah. Like, it wasn't ported to the Wii, it was a Wii game originally and was ported to other shit. That's a really funny place to have that happen. Fucking cool game. Shattered memories, baby. the classic run into an enemy on the other side of a
We
door
touched
because
on
you
the car crash.
get punished for that.
That would have been a breakthrough.
Instead of getting a
before.
door bonk, and the enemy
But
bonks
let's
you
leave
when they
that
come through the
topic
door
for a
behind
while.
you and immediately grabs
I
you,
want to
so you get
talk
comboed
about
twice.
Family.
Just
It's
very,
important
very
to
cool.
you.
Classic Shadow Memories things.
For you, family is about physical affection.
Truly the
shattest
shattest of memes. The shattest of
You're
memes.
giving me that look. I'm talking too much. Well, let's have you talk, or not, or whatever you feel comfortable doing. Let's play true or false. Is it true to say you're a private person? Would you say it takes a while for people to get to know you? Uh-huh. People can choose their friends, but not their family. Would you prefer to spend time with friends over family? Nothing surprising there. Now, you're going to like this. On the table are some pencils and a picture. I want you to let out your inner
I have
child and
gummy
color
sweet
in the picture.
on my desk.
It's titled
Crinkle, crinkle.
Family.
Gummy sweet.
You're finished? What a lovely family home. Is your home like this?
Fruit gummy.
You know what's funny? I've been a cop in this town for 20 years. Before that, I used to ride around in my daddy's patrol car, so I know the town, know the people. But your face? I don't know you.
Slightly dumb quirk, right?
Not tonight.
It's the controls for in like these segments are different in PSP, but you can like the controls for looking and moving are different, which makes it easier to do them both because then you don't accidentally get one when you wanted the other. Whereas in PS2 there's an overlap for some reason, which makes them really annoying.
We only covered basic meteorology in
But also you can open windows faster on PSP. Like it's just quicker. It just takes less time turning the analog stick for some reason.
Town is being punished.
It's only weather.
Sure.
And that like kind of matters for a certain bit because there's a bit where you gotta open the window.
You're very restless back there, Mr. Mason. Anything you want to tell me?
Restless? Of course I'm restless. I'm worried about my daughter. She's 7 and she's out there in this blizzard.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just hurry up and get us to the station.
This weather's just unbelievable. Damn, can't even see the road.
Am I allowed to jump
I'm gonna
between
see
seats?
exactly where we are.
Because it's a puzzle
Stay
mechanic.
put.
There are a couple of places in the game where you gotta move between seats. And I guess it's there to let you get acquainted with doing so without, you know, before it comes up in gameplay, because the first time it makes you do it in gameplay, it's like during a time sequence. So I assume it's there to allow the player to become acclimated to the controls of indoor car segments like that before they are like required to do it under time pressure. That's a thing of game design. It doesn't really matter though, because there's no punishment for fucking up the time segment. No matter what you do, if you do it right, it finishes quicker. But if you fail it, the game keeps going anyway, because it doesn't matter. Because that's shattered memes. Right, here's the other photo. Or, well, another UFO photo. $5, you guys didn't see it at all, but it was there. That's UFO number 2. heard the funny noise, so it worked. Was it outside? It was inside the crack in the ceiling, right? Like, it was resting on top of it. But it's, like, both blurry and a bit indistinct when you're looking at it through the camera viewfinder. Because on PSP, the camera viewfinder has a really low frame rate and a low resolution, because they're actual photos, right? You can save them to memory. There's one too. Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. It was resting on a barrel. Stop it. Stop trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty. You think streamers just lying? Sure, I'm lying! I tell nothing but lies. One streamer only tells lies. The other streamer only tells the truth. Fuck. Why do they have the check inside the door mechanic outside of the chase areas? I don't know, and honestly, the check inside the door mechanic is pointless in all contexts. Like, obviously, there's nothing to find during the normal world segments, and there's, like, during the chase segments, you don't want to slowly check behind the door in case there's, you know, like, an enemy behind there. You need to fucking go, like, now. Like, you're on the clock, dude. In fact, like, the only way to get to a door and have it open slowly is to walk into it, and you're never gonna do that. You're gonna be running. It's a chase segment. You're running. You have to have a New Game Plus save for UFO Ending and Shattered Memories. You need a New Game Plus save for UFO Ending in the whole franchise. Tell a lie, the only UFO Ending that doesn't require a New Game Plus save to acquire is Homecoming. And that's why it's not included. That's why it's not included. It's not considered a bespoke category. As a result of it not actually having any special requirements, just there. I have achieved dude speed, but the enemies just aren't paying attention to me. Fine by me. Oh yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with the concept of Shattered Memory speedruns who weren't around for the month or two I spent running this game and therefore coined a bunch of stupid words for things, dude speed is the name I have given to a phenomenon in Shattered Memory speedrunnings where Harry Mason will not run at full speed during chase segments until an enemy screams at him. If an enemy never sees him and he never gets screamed at, he never achieves what I call dude speed. Hence, one of the first things you want to do during any chase segment in this game is get screamed at by an enemy as fast as possible. Whoops, I did not ask for that quick turn, but a quick turn I did receive. Scratch nose, but need to hold down run. See, look, okay, so like after that puzzle, my speed has reset. Harry is now running at light jog rather than dude speed. I've also lost track of where I am. So I need to find another enemy and get yelled at, but I can't find another enemy. There's none around. So like that's poor luck, it could be said. There's no dudes around to get yelled at by, so I have not achieved dude speed. A lack of dude speed is currently occurring in this second part. We've been yelled at. Dude, speed, engage. So now that I've been screamed at, I have now achieved dude speed and can suddenly get a fucking move on. Except when enemies block the critical path, that's also very fun. Do you have turbo mode? I don't know if it works with PSP games. I haven't tried. It's not like a built-in feature of the game, by the way. It's just a thing that, like, the PSTV custom firmware has. I think it grabbed that whole segment, which would ordinarily be pretty good luck, but there was no dude speed for the second bit. Yeah, I don't know if it works with PSP games or not. I guess I should try at some point, but not right now. I'm in the middle of a run. Yes, it was dad speed instead of dude speed. How unfortunate. That makes Shattered Memories a very random speedrun. Because getting dude speed is desirable, but not in your control.
Officer?
Harry, I've been calling you. Did you switch your
Does
phone
enemy spawn
off?
100%
No, I
random
just,
every run? Yeah,
I
pretty much.
I don't know where I was.
Like, not exactly,
Harry,
but
you
enemies
okay?
spawn in
Yeah, I'm okay.
and they wander around at basically
the
random.
woods.
There's, like, no way to
I'm on
really
a
predict what's
football
going to
field.
happen.
I think it's the high school.
Midwich High School. Listen, Harry, Midwich has a gym.
It's also
They often
different
use it as
depending
an
on
emergency
platform,
shelter in severe
hilariously.
weather.
Like,
Go to the
the
gym and wait
tendency
there
is
for me.
different depending on the version of the fucking game you're playing, so that adds a complication.
Yes, Cheryl could be there. Will you do this for me?
Yeah, I'm going. But if Cheryl's not there, I can't wait. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Harry,
So we
I
get
just
to
kind of
the
made a fighting game and put
halcyon
Silent Hill
days
characters in
of
it.
high
They
school.
put Pyramid Head and Bomberman, didn't they?
When I was starting out, the popular theory said it was their mom and dad that screwed a person up. But if you really want to screw someone up, I say...
Send them to high school. Yes, yes,
I
yes, yes,
bet your
yes.
school locker was a real mess. You were one of those organized chaos types.
That's different.
Okay, let's move on. I'm going to throw out some words. Nod when they fit how you were
Why
at
did he give me a
school.
different dialogue
Shake your
there?
head if they don't.
He shouldn't have.
Ready? Jock. Next,
Gave me organized chaos line instead of my. I bet you were really tidy as a
drunk.
organized fight. Like he should have been. Why was the line different? I have no idea. Shatmem stupid.
Bully. And slacker. Okay, let's take a different tack. On the table, I've laid out a blank timetable and some cards with lessons on them.
Attack maybe? I
Pick
didn't
out the
though.
lessons to show me your perfect school day.
That for one, that doesn't
Don't leave
affect
any
anything,
out.
but also I
There are
didn't.
only 4 periods, and I've allocated a very generous lunch.
You don't want to reboot Bloody. I mean, I wouldn't want to reboot Bloody Roar either. Dude, what are you doing?
Done? Nice. If that was all there was to it, it would have been a breeze, wouldn't it?
Hearsay. It wouldn't sell. I don't blame them for not wanting to reboot Bloody Roar.
School.
I think I share the even concern that fucking who the fuck's gonna buy Bloody Roar in 2022? Like you can't do like Kusoge these days. You need like an actually good fighting game. You know, I almost just straight up forgot to take this photo. That would have been really funny. I didn't even know you could take it from that angle. I think I just learned something doing that. Any cutscene skips? This is PSP. They won't happen on this version. I don't know, dude. The standards for acceptable fighting game releases have gone way up since Bloody Roar was like a thing. There's a reason it died off. It's because it wasn't very good. Like, if you want to release, like, a commercially viable fighting game in 22, it actually has to be, like, good. And the standards for what constitutes good amongst, like, fighting game players are pretty high these days. You have Arc System Works to blame for raising that bar. Like, I'm still not sure, like, they're releasing the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fighting game, which can get away with it because it's JoJo. But, the JoJo fighting game is trash. It's trash that I love, but it's trash. The JoJo fighting game is really bad. It feels like shit, it's really janky, it's mechanically fucking so wonky, but it's also really funny as a result of that. Like, it's... Only CyberConnect. Only CyberConnect. Only CyberConnect could do it. The CyberConnect, the 3D fighting game, JoJo All-Star Battle for PS3. They're re-releasing that one for modern platforms, like, soon. And, I don't even think they're gonna put rollback netcode in it. I think people are in for a rude awakening when they release the online with, like, the original delay-based, borderline unplayable fucking... Like, they don't know. They don't know. No one's gonna tell them. They're not gonna think to do it by themselves, guys. A mutual friend of ours smashed a pad over us. Who? Because it wasn't me, even though I got mad at getting mixed by fucking Eric's King Crimson. Asshole. Fucking asshole. Why the fuck was he, like, actually good at JoJo, by the way? Why was he good at JoJo? Like, we couldn't convince him to play any anime fighting games, but he was, like, actually fucking good at JoJo. It was really annoying. UFO numero 7? It is going to be remastered. Like, it's there's actually quite a lot of the change list they've published for the JoJo All-Star Battle game is like, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to get really angry at it again. But the change list they've posted for that game on the Japanese website is huge. There's 9 new characters, which is a lot already. The game runs at 60 FPS now. Can you believe it didn't before? Because it didn't. They've added a whole new mechanic to the game where you can pick a character as an assist. Which... Okay. Like, what do you mean you've added a fucking tag mechanic to JoJo All-Star Battle? What does that mean? And there's a whole thing about, there's a large number of, like, balance changes, apparently, like, attack adjustments and refinements and general, like, input adjustments. It's like, what does that mean? Like, what do the people who made JoJo All-Star to begin with think constitutes an improvement, is what I want to know. Because, like, that game came out a very particular way, not because they don't know any better, but because they wanted it to be that way. So it's like, how do you, like, how does a team like that approach a rebalance? Because, like, JoJo All-Star Battle is not even remotely fucking balanced. They didn't even try.
I will.
They made things with the concept of whatever would be funny.
Good luck.
That's why, like, fucking supers do stupid shit.
Yes.
Like, if you get hit by Rohan's level 3, it disables your attack command.
Who's calling?
It's her father, Harry Mason. Is she okay?
Harry?
Is she okay?
Who the hell do you think you are?
Like, all of them. You can't fucking attack anymore. If you get hit by Rohan, not for the whole match. It wears off eventually. But he opens, you know, the heavens door, and he writes in cannot attack Kishibe Rohan in you, and then he kicks your ass, and it does like 5,000 damage. But then when you get back up, you still can't fucking attack. If you try, you get like a whiff animation. You have to like dodge around for a bit until it fucks off. During which time, Rohan can just do whatever the hell he likes. You can still throw tech, so you're not like completely helpless, but you have to just kind of have to hold that for a bit. It's not even like the best. Rohan is like not even like great. His range is very stubborn. Rohan needs it, because otherwise his range is really crap. He needs it. Hashtag. Fuck. Like, what? Hang on, what's other crazy shit you can do in fucking... I tweeted this one, but, Josuke Higashikata 8, because there's two characters named the same thing. Great, thank you, Araki. His level 1 super is that he steals your vision. Except it also, the effect for that is that the whole screen goes black for like a split second. But you can continue, you can combo off that super. It's not a very good combo, but you can do it. But the screen goes black during the super, so you have to do your combo follow-up while blind. Thanks. Cool. You don't get to see your combo follow-up. You just have to like do it and trust you're gonna hit it. Does it blind only other player? No, it's like it applies to the whole screen. It's like a cutscene super, because every super in JoJo is a cutscene super. Oh, that's the other thing. All supers in that fucking game take 9 years to do. They're very long. No! Disappointing. Here's one as well. Dio has his classic super where he drops the Rodorora, you know, on you, and then he punches it a whole bunch. But if you are playing as Jotaro, and only fucking Jotaro, you can burn meter to escape the super. If you, like, input your own during the animation, you can burn meter to escape the super. You, like, counter-stop time, and so you don't eat the whole thing. But only Jotaro can do it. Only him. No one else can. Only character in the whole game that can do that. It's anime-based balancing. It's that kind of game. It's the kind of game where there are character-specific interactions like that.
Thanks.
You okay? Any luck with the phone?
They didn't make any sense. I need to go there.
The Simmons Street address? That's the other side of town.
Is the actual plot of the manga? Yeah!
I was planning on getting a ride with John.
There's a couple of, like, character-specific super interactions like that.
While she's on vacation. It's at the club.
I forget what all of them are.
Not far from here. I could give you a lift.
That would be great.
Fruit gumi.
Lead the way. You want my jacket? You're going to freeze.
I'm used to running around in a dress. I'm too hot-blooded to feel the cold.
I feel bad. You sure?
Yeah, keep it.
These guys are so quiet.
You thinking about your daughter?
Constantly.
I'm sure she's okay.
Get around it. She was in the back seat.
That's definitely not good for balance. Like, believe it or not, it actually doesn't matter that much.
Your head is still jumbled up, Harry. Just give it a while, okay? You should go see a doctor.
Like, it's funny that it exists, but it's not really much of a balance concern. You don't see level 3s that much. because you can also spend half a bar to do what is called a putzen cancel, which is a funny name, and like that sounds stupid when I say it out loud, but it makes sense in Japanese. It's the sound effect that is used for like a string breaking, or like when someone like they snap and become very angry. It's like you become so mad that you cancel your attack. It's a Roman cancel. It is just a Roman cancel, but it has a different name. You spend half a bar to do that, and that tends to be better for like combo routes and juggles and shit, so you don't actually see level 3 supers that much.
You work there, right? What do you do?
You tend to see like juggle into level 1.
Sometimes I mix drinks. It's a temporary thing while John and I sort things out. He's staying in Massachusetts. He's a lawyer. We need to decide if I'm going to move out there with him.
You want to go to Massachusetts?
Yeah. Well, not Massachusetts so much, but I want to be with John.
And John?
That's the thing with the JoJo game, though, actually, is that, like, if you want to do, like, proper good damage, you have to learn a bunch of shitty, stupid juggle loops. It's very shockingly easy to produce fucking pseudo-infinites in JoJo All-Star Battle.
Not so touchy-feely.
Oh, John's not like that.
But, like, any character that has a halfway decent launcher can probably fucking juggle off it infinitely, but the execution is actually really difficult.
Absolutely.
Is that all fighting games figure out stupid juggle loops? No, most fighting games don't, like... Loops are generally considered undesirable in fighting game design, because being able to repeatedly run the same few moves over and over again in an endless loop is usually bad. In JoJo ASB, it's like the core combo theory.
Hey, no looking where you shouldn't.
I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button many times, in fact. Like, they're long juggles where every hit does, like, not very much damage, but if you run it for long enough, eventually it starts to hit really hard. And also, this is patched out of the game now, but JoJo ASB at launch had this absolutely fucking insane system where the damage scaling worked in reverse. For those of you who don't know, like, what combo scaling is supposed to be in a fighting game, generally speaking, in a combo, the damage of later hits becomes less, such as to give diminishing returns to long juggle sequences. So, you know, a super at the end of a combo does less damage if the combo is really long and full of light hits because it scales the combo. This is for balancing purposes and to prevent the game from becoming boring, you know? Because that way a combo that just strings together a whole bunch of lights into super won't do as much damage because, you know, they used more lights and therefore the confirm time was longer. That's the goal.
You really don't know who I am. No.
In JoJo, at launch, they patched this out. If you ended your combo with a super, it did more damage the more hits your combo had. Supers not only didn't scale, they scaled backwards. Keep hitting X to turn the fucking light off, and it's the wrong button. They took that out, however, supers still don't scale. Like, they no longer scale in reverse, but they don't scale, like... Hang on. Ah. But they don't scale. Like, if you ending your combo with a super, the super will always do full damage. Like, combos don't scale that way in JoJo ASB, so you can put together pretty high damage combos that end with a level 1 super to sort of secure the kill. It's not quite a game where getting hit once kills you, though. It's not quite infinite unless you end up in the... Like, that's the other thing, is it's a 3D game. It's a 3D game, and the stages are not a uniform shape, and there's environmental hazards on some of the fucking levels, which... Nightmare. The stages aren't the same shape, and some of them do have walls. So, like, if you can get someone near... Like, this isn't like Tekken, where wall changes your combo options. If you get near a wall, you can just jab someone to death if they land in the wrong way. It does have stage hazards. They're adding more stages to the remastered version as well, so there's gonna be more fucking stage hazards. Tekken 4 Hexagon Infinite. Yeah. Like that. It's a lot like that, actually. So again, someone's never played a fighting game design. So CyberConnect 2's design philosophy when it comes to fighting games is mostly about the style and the spectacle, and I will give them that. JoJo ASB very much looks the part. Like, the style is immaculate. I will give them that. When it comes to style, no one does it better. They mostly make, like, arena fighters, though, like fucking Naruto and the Demon Slayer game that came out recently, like anime shit, like that. Where balance isn't really, like, the primary concern. But when that translated to making, like, a 1v1 fighter, like a vaguely serious fighter game, you end up with a bunch of ridiculous nonsense. But the game came out pretty much how they wanted it to be. It's not like it was a mistake that it came out like that. That's just the game they wanted to make. It's just the game they wanted to make is crazy. Like, by fighting game standards, JoJo ASB is crazy.
Everyone is going to die, even if we like to pretend otherwise. You could die tonight. In your sleep.
If only it, like, felt better to play, then it would. I've been talking about all the crazy shit you can do, what have you, but I've been kind of underpinning, like, the game's genuinely negative aspect, which is that it just doesn't feel very good to control. It's surprisingly slow of movement.
As we're only truly conscious of death when it happens to others. Get to my age, you'll have seen plenty of people die. There 1 minute, then.
Oh, I even forgot to say that. So when we're talking about all the crazy shit. One of the mechanics that you can do in JoJo ASB is that if you knock someone down, you can steal their meter by taunting while they're knocked down. It plays a little cutscene if, like, you get a close-up of your character doing a funny pose and taunting, which is funny. But the thing with that is it's meant to be, oh, you know, you can give up Okizeme in favor of stealing their meter. However, taunting someone while they're knocked down will stand the person back up, because that's the point, you know, it gives up the knockdown. So they now have, they're standing up again. However, you can't block for like a few frames coming off a taunt restand for some reason. Meaning if someone throws a projectile over your ass and taunts you, you stand back up into the projectile and get fucking unblockable by it.
This is a different girl?
You must have seen the bridge. We went right off the side.
Harry, the bridge has been closed since the storm started.
And in a lot of cases, the opposing player can combo off that quite easily.
You were soaked to the skin. I grabbed what I could find here.
The only thing keeping that not completely, like, bullshit is the fact that it doesn't reset the combo. That's intended? I don't think so. But the thing is that it doesn't reset combo scaling. I've said that supers don't scale, but, like, regular hits do. The only thing that doesn't, like, the reason that's not completely fucked is that, like, it doesn't reset the combo. Like, if you knock someone down, the combo counter's still going. If you taunt and they stand back up into the projectile, the combo is still going. So you don't get very much damage off taunt restand loops, but it is still, like, good. Because you can keep doing it. Like, there are some combo routes where you can pull it off, like, twice in one combo, which means you get to fucking steal, like, half a bar off someone. So, is that mechanic intentional? Probably not. That's gonna be a really, like, do they keep that? Do they keep that? That'll be an interesting thing to see for their, like, balancing philosophy for this new version. Is like, do they keep taunt restands? Because some people I know who actually played that game really like that mechanic. It's part of the game's unique flavor to them. But it's also, like, it's also horseshit, so I won't be surprised if it gets the axe. Just to make the game fun, that's not one of... Well, we'll see. For all I know, they're gonna keep it. Like, they didn't fix it in the game's first and only balance patch, which touched a lot of things. In, like, straight-up version 1.1.111 of, like, the launch version, like, vanilla JoJo ASB, there were a shit ton of, like, really basic infinites, like how some characters could just crouch jab people to death infinitely because they didn't have pushback. Like, really basic shit. There was a balance patch that mostly did away with, like, the very obviously, like, defective stuff. But one of the things that, like, taunt restands were not fixed in that patch. They kept it. So I can only assume that they are, like, not an accident. The fact they don't reset combo scaling as well is a bit telling. Like, that might be an accident, but it's hard to tell. Are any of the Silent Hill games faster in Japanese, or just personal preference? Good question. No, however, none of the none of the Silent Hill games are faster in Japanese. The reason I play this game in Japanese is because it's cheaper. I run on the Japanese PS2 version when I'm doing runs, usually. I'm playing this on PSP right now, though, because I didn't want to change consoles. It was easier than plugging in the PS2 for a multi-game run, you see. So I didn't want to, like, mess up my muscle memory, I guess, for the JP version. Because normally I run this on the Japanese version, not because it's faster, but because it's cheaper. I normally run this on JP PS2, and JP PS2 is cheaper than American PS2. As far as I can tell, the two have no speed differences. And as for every other Silent Hill game, the language text doesn't matter, so it's irrelevant.
I'm ready to go home.
Silent Hill 3 records have been in English, French, German, Japanese, and at least one person did a run in Korean.
Lisa?
I'm okay, really. But you can keep me company.
I'm Harry.
And for Silent Hill 1, the difference between the world record and the second place run, the record is on American, the second place is on Japanese, and the difference between the two is like 6 seconds. It's probably not a significant difference, if any. It seems about the same. And funny enough, right, Silent Hill 2 is ran on the PC version, and there is no Japanese PC version of Silent Hill 2. It doesn't exist.
And I spoke to someone else on the phone. There are times when things don't feel real. Like I'm losing my grasp on the truth of it. But other times everything is fine. This feels...
There's an unused Japanese script inside the PC port of the English version, but it's like full of errors and shit. It's like, it's unfinished.
I'm real and I've got the bags under my eyes to prove it.
You been a nurse long?
If you add up all the overtime, back-to-back 12-hour shifts, compared to a standard 9 to 5, I've been in the hospital for 40 human years. I've slept through half of it. Like tonight, fell asleep at the wheel. Hell of a wake-up call. Not long now.
You holding up?
I also don't suspect that the Japanese version of Downpour is any faster, although I don't think anyone's ever checked.
So, your accident. What happened there?
I don't know a single person who's checked the Japanese version of Downpour, but I fucking doubt it. It's probably just like this, where it's identical to the English version, but there's Japanese subtitles for all the spoken dialogue. That's probably it. That's probably the only thing that's different.
Now you're trying to trick me.
Not me. I crashed my car too. Got my own insurance forms to file. So what happened?
I couldn't get in front of Lisa. That might be the reason PSP is slower than PS2. You just walk slower during this segment, it seems like.
I remember coming off the road and wham. When I came to, I was confused. Cheryl was gone. My car was wrapped around.
That would explain a few things. Yeah, no, okay, I might actually be convinced that PS2 is fastest after this.
Thanks for sharing, Harry.
I just don't seem to walk as quickly.
They still teach bedside manner to nurses?
Get to think.
Watch some TV if you want.
You find it funny that game does leave unfinished content in a game? You guys can't do a little housekeeping, get rid of unused data? It's a pain, though. I get it. Like, I totally get it. I've been there. Removing unused stuff is pointless, because the worst that can happen, like, the best that happens is that you leave stuff in and people find it later and like, woo, look at this unfinished stuff that we couldn't do, who cares? And the worst that happens is that, like, it's a fucking House of Cards situation where the unused data and, like, trying to remove it, like, breaks something. Like, I got an example for you from a video game. The first Freedom Planet has a couple of unused levels in the code. They don't work. I mean, well, they're like half complete. And it's like, why were those left in? Because they're in the stage list by ID number. If you pull them out, everything else breaks. Because they're in the they're inserted into the stage order in a particular way that it like fucks up the numbering if you pull them out of the list. You'd have to rearrange like the data structure of that to make it work, and that's too much effort. Notorious Elisa died.
You feel guilty about everything.
My programmer? No,
When we
I
all
just
lived
like
in
video games.
huts and wore furs, we worried over the simple things. Food, water, whether animals would come and eat us in the night. Now we have supermarkets, bottled water, and 38 caliber home security. So what keeps us awake at night? More often than not, guilt. If only I had acted differently. If only I hadn't said that. If only I'd said something. You beat yourself up with your past. Don't blame yourself. Blame the world. Blame God. Blame me. Okay, this is my favorite. Let me introduce some friends of mine. This is King Harold. His daughter.
Sometimes it's also just easier to leave stuff in it if you're like, you might be able to use it later. Like, there was a mild controversy when, BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle launched because its DLC characters were in the code. They were already there. They were just hidden by nefarious DLC. But if you hacked them in, they were blatantly unfinished. Like, they were there, but they were not fucking done.
Celestine begs the king not to marry her to Wilhelm, but the king ignores her pleas. Royal protocol means he must say yes to the match. They are married.
It's like people hacked in like an unfinished version of Yang and got cracking on combos, and like that was entertaining, but Yang was very blatantly not finished. She was missing animations for a bunch of stuff, and like she had a bunch of crazy properties on moves that did not make it to final because they were in the process of like, you know, balancing the character.
Is a bull who, seeing the girl, charges her. She falls under his hooves and is killed instantly.
Yeah, it wasn't cross Tekken where the characters were quite literally done. That actually was on disc DLC, whereas like Yang was not finished.
Death. Whose fault was it? At the left, most culpable. To the right, most innocent. You want to hear that again? Done? Poor Bull. You couldn't ignore the facts. He was the one who killed her. I find the best cure for guilt is to never get caught in the first place. Let's continue.
Also, when you're a game developer, it can actually be kind of tough to remember what's been used and what hasn't been. you think, oh, how do people not remember, you know, the stuff they worked on the game? But, like, no, when you make, like, a big game, you work on a big game, sometimes you look at the stuff and you're like, did I use this or not? Better leave it, just to be safe. This is actually why, consider an example of Persona 4, right? There is a cut, like, social link thing with Yosuke. Like a romance line or whatever. It's important because it shows that Atlas are cowards. But regardless of that, right, it was actually translated and even dubbed in English. Despite it not being used in the Japanese version at all. Why would that be the case? Because they just send the files over and be like, yo, translate this for us and, like, dub this for us. And, like, do they remember which parts of this they used? And, like, which, you know, the fine detail of which parts of this, the text and the voice lines were not used? Fuck no. Just dub all of it. Fuck it. Turn around.
Lisa?
Oh, God, Harry. What have you... I feel very wrong. Harry, you've got to come back.
Keep talking, Lisa. What's wrong?
Oh, God. Oh, Harry.
Lisa? I'm coming back.
Yeah, entire branches of, like, cut content end up being translated into other languages. Because, like, by the time, a large game is finalized, it's like, we don't fucking remember which bits of this are used and which ones aren't. It's much safer to just translate all of it, because, like, if the player sees, like, it turns out some of the shit actually was used, and, oops, there's just a whole, like, bunch of shit that's not translated, that would look really bad. That problem occurs in RPGs a lot, because it's like, how many fucking lines of dialogue do we have, and, like, who remembers whether or not we, like, cut this NPC line or whatever the fuck? But then if you delete the line entirely, now you've fucked everything up because all the string IDs are different.
Don't move.
No. This isn't what...
I said don't move. Stand up and step away from the girl.
This isn't what it looks like.
Stop talking. What have you done?
She was in an accident. I didn't do this.
Accident? Shut the hell up. You've been feeding me bullshit all night. You bastard.
I didn't...
Shut up!
A lot of this occurs because video games are not like novels. You can't just, like, backspace a sentence. Video games are software, and software tends to, like, you know, be programmatic, in that it relies on the things that came before it. And so if you just sort of take something out of the middle, the whole fucking tower collapses, because it's like, things are now different, and I don't like that. Computers. They're funny like that. So yes, I understand keenly why things just get left in the code all the time. Fuck that. It's more hassle than it's worth to try and clean it up. Like, again, the worst that happens is some nerds find, like, some unused stuff, like maybe some unused graphics or some unused dialogue or whatever. People, like, post it on the cutting room floor and it's like, eh, whatever. It doesn't tend to have, like, apocalyptic consequences, you know? So might as well let it alone. It'll be fine. Ooh. Owned by my teleporting shelf push power. See, I tend to be more surprised by content that's just, like, complete and good, but never used for whatever reason. Who knows? Like, I was looking at the cutting room floor for DJ Max Trilogy today. There's a whole song in that game with a complete set of charts across all fucking, like, 5 button modes, and it's just not used. I just didn't use it. It's got a background animation and everything. It's, like, totally complete. I just didn't use it. I'm just saying, like, why did they do that? Why is this left out? This is, like, perfectly functional. Like, maybe they just didn't like it, I guess? That's the thing, there's no accounting for taste, right? It's like, they probably cut it because they didn't like it for whatever reason. Like, maybe they didn't like the background animation, maybe they didn't like the charts, maybe they thought they were boring, maybe they didn't like the song. But from my perspective, it's like, it's not really any worse than Astro Fight. Well, you put Astrophyte in the game. I don't think you can make it any worse than that. I need Gumball. I need pink and purple. I apologize for the flashing. I can't do anything about that. That's just part of the game. Purple, 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 purple. Programming sure sounds fun. It isn't. Never do a program. That was a UFO in a fish tank. You're just gonna have to take my word for that, because I doubt you saw it. I gotta sneeze. Oh no! Oh no, I sneezed. You know, I ran into this to myself, actually. Let me tell you, like, especially when it comes to numbered stuff. I once worked on the translation patch. It was never finished. It's incomplete, but it floats around the internet sometimes. For a Mac-only PC adventure game. I worked on a translation for that. For a little while. It was very informal. And that game stored all of its dialogue. All of its dialogue as bitmap files. All of it. The whole fucking thing. They were all pictures. They were all bitmap files. Why? Because the game was basically made on, like, the programming equivalent of, like, fucking Adobe Flash, but, like, even more limited than that. So, like a proper text parser was too difficult, so they just made it display images. For every line of dialogue in the whole fucking game. Which actually made it very easy to translate from a technical perspective, because it meant as you could just put an image in there, and as long as it was roughly the same size, it would work. So it was at once very easy, but also very annoying. Because it was very fiddly. You couldn't, like, insert text, you had to manually edit every image. But that was someone else's job. Godspeed to that weirdo. But the thing that it caused was that every single line of dialogue in the whole game was an image, right? So it was numbered. Like, they were all numbered. It went from like image 001 to like image fucking 50 million. It was a lot of images by the end. Which at once means, you know, you couldn't pull one from the list. And from just numbered images, we had no idea which ones were used and which ones weren't, and there were a few in there that were not used. Because, like, the image is in there, it just doesn't display anywhere. It's like, you can't fucking tell looking at that. There's no way to know. There's no corresponding, like, thing to look at. That was an endeavor. That was fun. It was never finished, sadly. Translation for that game was never quite finished. It was unfinished. It's basically playable, though. But it wasn't finished. Described as context? No, well, the funny thing is that because the images were numbered, they also tended to be ordered. By order of appearance in the dialogue. Which actually made it pretty easy to tell. Like, the ordering wasn't random, it was, like, by scene. Very fun, that.
Where's Cheryl?
Still at the lighthouse, maybe.
Lighthouse?
Anyway, sorry, I was talking about translation. I had a question earlier. I had a question.
Looking for Cheryl.
Do I think this all UFO Endings run could be accepted at a GDQ, and would I try it? No and no.
You look really good.
Who are you?
We're soulmates, you and me.
Next question, that's it.
Richer or poorer.
No Homecoming UFO Ending? Read the FAQ. That question is answered in there. Along with a bunch of others you probably have. But no, I wouldn't submit this to a GDQ as a run, because A, I don't think they take it at all. Multi-game runs are pretty cheeky to begin with. Only like a handful of people have managed to present a compelling enough argument to get away with it. And as a run, this is too long for that, probably. I don't think they let me have like 4 hours of airtime. Just to do UFO endings, that doesn't seem very likely. Oh, you can speedrun FF something for 8 hours. Well, the thing with that is that the JRPG guys, they only get like one fucking. You only get like one thing. They only get like one major. I can't word. They only get like one run an event. Okay. Sorry, like the pastebin link should be working, right? Like the link is public. Am I stupid? Did I not set the permissions properly? Like I clicked it and it opened just fine for me. Next time for you guys? Okay, good. Then I excuse myself from responsibility entirely. See, like, I don't know, I'm okay with, like, the long JRPG dudes getting their one long JRPG in an event. I feel like being a long JRPG runner really is like the fucking dregs for marathon pickings, because no one wants you. Either you run like the most popular Final Fantasy, or you run a Pokemon, or you get to fuck. No one wants you otherwise. It's a tragic existence. I have sympathy for that. Yeah. Multi-dude drifting is occurring. Boo. Bad post. Do not interact. This is jeez. Can't be having that kind of talk. Hey, Valkyrie. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, I mean, there's RPG Limit Break, and there's Tina's RPG show, I guess. That is literally the name of it. That's not me, like, being condescending. She called it that. Like, literally, the I guess part and everything. That's... She did that, not me. But even so, right, like, RPG Limit Break hasn't been around for a couple of years because of the pandemic, so that's hurt it. It just hasn't existed. It's been gone for a while. Like, they don't do online events, so... That was a really good noise. But otherwise, if you run like a longer JRPG, long-ish, you're shit out of luck. And I do run long JRPGs sometimes, so again, I have sympathy for that. Like, I've wanted to get Omori into a GDQ one year. It's like a 3-hour run. They won't take it. I mean, we've tried. I tried, didn't get it. RJ tried a couple years, didn't get it. It kind of seems like they don't want it. It's too long, I guess. Beats me. I also run a 5-hour JRPG called Fuga Melodies of Steel. No fucking marathon's going to take that. None. No lack of dude speed. There is also really long-a-thon, yeah, but the thing is, okay, so like for one thing, no marathon has the scale of GDQ. None of them. I know that's like unkind, but it is like prima facie true. Really, really long-a-thon is nice and getting bigger, and I appreciate its spirit. In terms of how it just does. It has a unique niche, and I appreciate that. But when it comes to like GDQ, your options are pretty limited for what RPGs you can get in. It's Final Fantasies, it's Pokemon, it's Kingdom Hearts, and it's like the approved SNES RPGs, which is it's a very loose collective but it is a thing, like Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Super Mario RPG, etc., etc.
We have phrases like the honeymoon is
And
over
outside of that,
to
you're
remind
shit
us
out of
how
luck if
quickly
you run anything
marriage is
else.
sour.
Like a Tales of game, I don't think has ever been in a GDQ.
Cynical? Divorce does that.
Altelia, no. Blue Reflection,
Come
no.
on.
Good luck.
You think marriage can really last?
Oh, that's supposed to do something here. What am I supposed to do with this? No, I think.
Should a couple stay together for the kids? Do you think it's a bad idea to
Shin
marry
Megami Tensei, yeah, no. There's been none of those
You think
either.
sex
0.
becomes stale after marriage? You know what? You being such an expert on marriage, you're going to ace my matchmaker test.
Persona, also, I mean, like, that falls under the SMT banner, but still,
All
no.
you have to do is sort them into
I mean, to be fair, Persona runs are also, like, hellaciously long. Like, gee whiz, I wonder why they don't take the 16-hour run of Persona 5. Gee, I fucking wonder, dude.
all finished. Okay. Now tell me which of those couples are still together. I'm joking. You know I'm just trying to provoke you, right?
I feel like Nocturne would have a decent shot if you did, like, the beginner any percent category, because it's about 3 hours, which is maybe tenable, but I'm still not sure they'd take it.
So, you were at Midwich too, John? A few years back, yeah. Prom king, prom queen.
John got to be king because his family owns half the town. I was queen because
Getting an RPG into a major event is tough.
Still fit into that dress?
You gotta...
this one pretty well.
Your options are very limited.
What? You
I feel for that.
this guy to
Makes me sad.
Taunt me? Hey, sorry if
You think this is about you? Henry's here because he needs help. I'm not the one who needs
Persona 1 has a fairly short runtime, but the other thing with the Persona 1 run is that it's hard as balls. You have to gamble a lot at the start to get, like, good casino coin and then fuse a powerful persona and then run through the game with that, but the casino bit is shockingly random.
killed us.
Sorry, Harry.
Damn it.
And I'm sure if you're bringing it up, you probably know that. But still, for those of you who don't know how the Persona 1 run goes, it's, you start the game with immediately trying to gamble your way to a strong persona, and if you don't do it quickly enough, you just reset. It's like, okay. It's not great. It's not great. Someone run a Yakuza spin-off? Yeah, Fruberan, Lost Judgment. They've only just recently been allowing Yakuza games into the events, and I feel like that's a good sort of, like, litmus test for how popular something needs to get before GDQ will take it. Because Yakuza games, I basically think of them as RPGs. Especially the one that is literally an RPG. And because their runs are also about, like, a little under 3 hours to about 3 hours. I think Froob's run was about 2.5 hours or something like that. Which is a palatable length for an RPG type of run, like what Witch Lost Judgment kind of is, but kind of isn't, because it's also a bit of a brawler. But it kind of flows like an RPG. It's hard to explain what I mean by that. Mainly because it's, like, gibberish. What the fuck are you talking about, streamer? It makes sense, I swear. I think they would maybe take, like, a dragon. Like, Yakuza is popular enough now. Like, it's very popular. But, like, that... It took a while for Yakuza to get into an event. It needed to become very popular in the West. Like, and Yakuza's, like, the flag bearer for this. Nier Automata is also one of the only other, like, sort of long-ish RPG-type games. It's an action RPG, but it still kind of counts. That, like, managed to get in. Again, it was, like, apocalyptically popular in the West. Like, Nier Automata struck a chord, man. That's what it tends to boil down to. I've spoken many words and written a whole lot of stuff about this very topic, but if you want to get stuff into a GDQ, it's got to be popular with Americans. It has to be. That is the requirement.
All this talking, and we still haven't touched on the sex thing. That's what you're thinking. Aren't all psychiatrists supposed to be obsessed with sex? It's not us. It's you. You're obsessed with sex. Even when we're not talking about
Ending A? I think so, yes. Although I think they did also later put Ending E in, which was a very long run indeed.
See the pictures on the table.
Surprised me that they took it. I mean, there's always room for surprises, right? I'll tell you a run that really surprised me, getting into GDQ not that long back. They took a run of Alien Isolation. It was like no major skips, like nightmare mode or something like that. I forget what it was. It was long though. It was like a 3-hour run, and I was like, holy shit, they took a 3-hour run of Alien fucking Isolation.
Done.
That surprised me. Like, if I'd seen that on the submission list, I would have put that at, like, at no hope or odds. I would have said no fucking way. Too long. But they took it, and I was like, oh, okay, well, color me fucking shocked.
Into the void, the great loss of self, the tiger in space.
You know, not a bad 3 hours either. It's just they do not tend to take 3-hour runs of horror games. That's usually pushing your luck. Like, at sort of 1 hour and 20, I feel like I'm starting to push my luck a bit. At 3 hours, I feel like I'm taking so much piss that there's no chance. But fuck it. I mean, fair play to that guy. He got it.
Let's see this through to the end.
I can't hate. I mean, I can hate. In fact, I will hate. Fuck that. Bullshit. Where's my 3-hour run? I keep trying to get a long run into GDQ, and I keep not getting it. Like, I've always got one. I've always got a long run on deck, and I never quite get there. They never give it to me. It was Omori one year. I put Illbleed in. That's like about 1 hour and a bit. It's not RPG length, but it's longer. They still, to this day, have not given me Illbleed. I keep trying to sort of push my luck and like grab a run that's like a bit longer than like the hour I normally get. My runs tend to be 1 hour or less. But I keep getting the short ones. I keep getting like the ones that are below the hour mark or at the hour mark, you know? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Where's my longer runs? I want 1 hour and a half of airtime. Give it to me. Give me. Yeah, FF8's a really long fucking run. If they'll take FF8, I don't see why they wouldn't take 10. Approve for Fuga New Game run. If only. they will never let me do that at the main GDQ. Taylor might let me do it at his, like, GDQ spin-off thing, though. He told me he was thinking about it. He did 10 2 years ago. You're saying they did 10 2 years ago, or they did 10-2 years ago. Because those are different sentences. Because Final Fantasy X-2 is a very short run. It's like an hour. 10-2 is also a pretty cool run, as it happens. It's in a unique class of RPG runs where it's quick and glitchy. 4-hour run Ren. I've ran many 4-hour games. Just people don't watch them because they're RPGs. I ran the game about the furry death tank. That takes 5 hours. Why are you walking? Mason! Oh yeah, I also tried to pitch The World Ends With You Final Remix a couple times and they didn't take it then either. I couldn't get Twoey.
Sorry.
I figured that, like, the timing was that I had basically one shot to get it in before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, and they didn't fucking go for it. So, and the next year I was like, nope, they're not gonna take it because Kingdom Hearts 3 is eating that fucking space. Bollocks. And I was right, by the way. Because someone else also submitted Twoey Final Remix that year instead of me. They didn't get it, Kingdom Hearts 3 got in. Booyah. Man of predictions. He fucking knows. What does he know? What a guy. He just knows things. Master of predictions. Punchy. He knows things. He's a knower. A knowing kind of guy. It's tough. It's tough to get long runs. Like, you need a really compelling argument to get a long-ish thing in. As your run eats up more of the schedule, you gotta justify yourself more and more, and that's why it exclusively goes to games that sort of have a popular following in America with the American audience, because that's just how these things go. It is easier to do this on PSP, I'm not delusional. What about Koldelka? Is that run still too long? Koldelka is pitchable, I think. Koldelka is definitely long, and it's definitely an RPG, but it's not crazy long. It's about 2 hours. I would give an estimate, because it's a very random run, so you'd have to sort of budget accordingly. But I think with a couple of backup saves created in advance, you should be able to construct a reasonable estimate that doesn't vary too much. I love watching these on-screen button prompts while I talk to hands. I don't need to press them.
I disagree.
Happy abduction.
Ethicist, thanks for the 37 months. Koldelka, I think, is pitchable. I think it's pitchable. Do I think there's good odds of them taking it? No. But I think it's pitchable. Possible. I think its odds are non-zero. Now, would I pitch it to GDQ? Maybe? Maybe. I'm not saying no, but it'd probably be my 5th pick, you know? It'd be like my curveball pick. I would, like, game 5, whenever I submit, is always the curveball pick. It's always the one where I'm like, this game has non-zero chance of getting in, but if this is the one they take, I'll be fucking shocked. Because I submit 5 things every year, and I always, like, submit the things I think... I always submit a couple of Silent Hill games every year, because they're all reliable, you know? They get in with remarkable frequency. Where's that phrase I disagree come from? From the Pokemon Black and White anime, if you can believe that.
This is
Also, that's the run, by the way.
After all we've said, all we've discussed, you honestly believe That your father was abducted by aliens? It made more sense when you were talking about cults and demons.
This whole town, it's really a giant spaceship.
James?
Wrong day again?
See you tomorrow, James. One of my couples therapy patients. Haven't seen his wife in a while. Where were we?
My mother was a bitch.
Go on. I'm listening.
And that's UFO Ending. It's a shattered meme. Anyway, streaming Shattered Memories means this VOD now cannot be monetized on YouTube. Because Shattered Memories soundtrack is owned by Believe Music, who can go fuck themselves. I tried to turn the power off. Oi. Right, back to PC gaming. Here's a licensed soundtrack? No, it's just owned by a random music label now. Quick, back to PC gaming. Give me a moment here. Where's Silent Hill 2 on my computer? You think I would have did this beforehand, but you'd be wrong. I didn't. The fuck is it? Aha! Found it. Right, will this show up correctly or will it fucking break? Let's see. That is not, in fact, showing up correctly. Bollocks. Man, that is annoying. There we go. RTA inflated by lost game launcher. I know, right? The other thing I need is I need to reboot the game again for RNG minute purposes. That's a thing I actually have to care about. Fucking hell. Give me a moment. You're gaming too hard. Let me try and start the run first. Jesus. Oh, my controller's not working. Oh no! Why is this happening? Fuck, I'm gonna have to debug this real quick. Oh, why is that happening? It's because my fucking fit was... Didn't I unplug this? Did I unplug this? I did. Why is the controller not being recognized? Oh, fucking boy. Is this where it collapses? Why is the game not recognizing my controller? That's fun. Oh, now it is. Never mind. Well. One more try. One more try. Dude, getting this set up is like a total pain in the ass. Sure, that works. We've done it. We've begun the run. You guys can see the game, right? We can't. Smashing. Oh, why did that fail? Game. Work with me here. You see? Good. Do you see all? Good, we got it. This is like, that's the most irritating one to start, probably, because you have to do it within a certain amount of time of the game booting to get RNG manip to function properly. Does still have the game save sign? I never took it. Igdisis took it home with him. He still has it. Work out why the RNG is tied to the game boot. By they, do you mean me? Because yes, I did work it out. I mean, well, why is a more abstract question. Why did they make it that way? I don't know. But, like, how it works, yes, I very much understand it. It was me. I did work into getting RNG minute for this game. Not very useful work, but, like, I was, like, the first step. I was trying to get it done. The thing I didn't do was just brute forcing it. But all my other ideas technically worked, just didn't do them properly. I was a part of it, I swear. But no, okay, the reason why the RNG works the way it does is that the RNG seed is coded in a simplistic manner. Why is it that way? I don't know. But regardless, on game boot, every single frame increases, like, the starting seed value. It just ticks up linearly. And then when you hit game start, it generates all the puzzles based on that seed. So if you start the game on the same frame from game boot every time, you get the same result. Now, why does it just increment, you know, slowly and in an orderly fashion rather than being sort of more randomly spread like other random number generators? I don't know. I don't know why they made it that way. It's not really a big deal. You know, it doesn't really need to be more complicated than that. But that's the hows and whys of why it works that way. It just counts up. And because it's a 30 FPS game, it's not that difficult to hit the same frame on boot. Consequently, if you just let the starting splash screens roll and then start the game as quickly as you can, you'll get a range of seeds. You know, you'll get with like the same couple of results. So once you know what seeds you could have, all you need to know is your first puzzle, and then you can calculate the rest. Because there's only so many possibilities. Can you guys hear the game audio, by the way? Like, and it's pretty quiet right now, because it's just sort of Silent Hill 2. But did I turn the game audio on? Yes. Okay, good. Swapping between games is usually more of a pain than this. You hear footsteps? Yep, that's Silent Hill 2. Over it's barely audible. Yep, that's Silent Hill 2. Yeah, it's like, it's random enough. It works basically okay. Although the thing is, on console, I imagine the reason it might work the way it does is that on console, it's determined by the date on the system clock. Which means it can be manipulated on console as well, if you set the system clock to the same value. Don't forget to save, I'll try to remember. What was I supposed to be doing? Oh yeah! Saving! Is Silent Hill 2 UFO just normal Silent Hill 2 20% with the UFO stuff? Yeah, pretty much. That's Silent Hill 2 categories. They are all pretty much just any percent plus extra shit. Sometimes minus shit, if it, in the case of Dog Ending, which just deletes like the back third of the run. Any reason why 2 and 3 are lost? You figure because they're both PC ports? Yeah. The first 3 were all on PSTV and the last 2 are on PC. So I bunched all of the games on the same hardware together for convenience. Because doing them in chronological order would have resulted in me starting at 1 and then swapping to like PC to 2 and then back to fucking PSTV for etc, etc. It's ordered this way for convenience of hardware swapping. Skip the cutscene, idiot. There you go. I did play Tormented Souls. I didn't like it very much. That's the wrong door. Do I have a fave UFO ending? I do. 3. Like, as an ending, at least. As a category, Silent Hill 3 UFO ending makes me want to pull my balls off. Not a fan of its run, but the ending is funny. What was that? Some kind of noise. The game is currently soft-locked. Then I hit square, and now it isn't soft-locked anymore. I don't know why that works. When I did the Team Silent Run, was that release order or likelihood of game killing run? Likelihood of game killing the run. Because I think I did it, what was it? What the fuck order did I do it in? It was like 2... It was, what was it? It was like 2, 4, like 3, 1 or something like that. It was ordered very strangely. It was ordered basically in, like, in preference order for me. Right, pay attention to this clock. Except for when it decides that I'm not close enough to use the key that I very obviously should be using. What is that? That's 3, 5, right? No. Couldn't remember the fucking time. That was... What was that? That was 3, 5. We need to know that because that is how we will determine the value of the other puzzles. You need to know the starting puzzle of the clock. That's bad RNG, by the way, because you'd like... That clock was far away. But that was 3:05, which means using that information, we should be able to calculate the rest of what we need. 3:05, 3:05, 3:05. Do it now during this cutscene, so I can write it down, you see. 3... I know exactly. There's only one seed that has such a possibility. So, with that piece of information, I now know exactly what my RNG is. Funny enough, this seed has Arsonist 1. Okay, so like, I kind of blazed through that. I think I explained it vaguely well enough, but that is RNG manip. The reason why I closed the game and rebooted it like 3 times in the process of getting it to start was RNG manip. I executed it successfully. I now know what my RNG is for all the puzzles in the game. Three has puzzle RNG, but there's no manip known for it. And if we could find it, that would actually be pretty helpful, because you could definitely skip a couple things with it. But we do not currently know how to do that. Trim the hedge. Yes. My favorite movement. Check out this sick tech. Ooh, whoa, no, stand straight back up. If you equip a weapon while falling using the dedicated weapon equip hotkey that only exists in the PC version, it cancels falling animations. Any big Silent 3 changes since the church skip? No, that's the last significant change. Also, this is going to be UFO ending, so, like, we don't even get that far. Remember, Silent Hill 3 UFO Ending ends like a third into the game. It's the shortest run of the set. Which means this run is probably going to weigh in at about 4 hours and a bit. Something like that. Because UFO Ending's like 40 minutes or something like that.
I disagree.
I love you.
Thanks! No good, thanks for the 32 months. Whoa. It's true because you're not in the speedrunning know-how. To be fair, most people aren't. I barely am. I don't know what's going on anymore. People just show up and do things, and I'm just like, yeah, man, you got it. No, auto aim. No, no, that's illegal. No, this movement, that's illegal. It's illegal. No! Where does this go? God, I wrote this down. That's the... Did I put that in the right place? I don't think I did. No, I did. I'm right. That's correct. You have to actually unpause the game before you do that, dude. Pausing the game, like, makes fade-outs become instant. So it's slightly faster to pause the game that way. I think I've forgotten what my muscle memory is for it, though. Can I do it with the start button? Yes. So am I not? Good question, streamer. Does it use mouse there? Yes, it does. But right now, my Silent Hill 2 is currently experiencing that weird bug where the mouse cursor doesn't actually match my Windows mouse cursor. That's a fun quirk of the PC port. I forget how you fix that, and I can't be bothered to try and figure it out right now. It's not that big a deal. Goodbye, triangle bitch. Hey, Anu, how's it running? It's going fine enough. The runs have been proceeding without much in the way of major obstacles. I have completed 3 of the runs. And I just need to complete 2 and 3, and then we're good to go. And I've completed the run. Does shooting PJ make him leave earlier? Yeah. It runs out his health. When he runs out of health, he leaves. Think of his health bar as like a clock. The clock ticks down automatically, but if you hit him, it removes time. Because that's basically how it works in the code. Is that bullets did nothing to him? No, they're quite effective. Like, you always have the option of just running the clock in that fight. You can just run away indefinitely. It does work. But damaging him definitely makes him piss off quicker. A couple of the bosses are you can beat them by running the clock. Like, I think the final boss can also be beaten by running the clock if you run. I think I don't remember if you need to be out of ammo first for that one though. I don't know if it works like that. But I do know you can, in fact, run the clock on the final fight and win that way. It just takes forever. And I think the Pyramid Head fight that precedes the final boss fight can also be timed out.
Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
I think they can both be timed out. I think they're both time-outable. In fact, thinking about it, I think Flesh Lips and Abstract Daddy are the only two bosses you can't time out. Yeah, the final boss of Silent Hill 1 also works the same way, where if you have no ammo, you can time it out. You can run the clock. Funny enough, in Silent Hill 1, the length of the time it takes to run the clock changes depending on the difficulty. On easy, it's like actually pretty quick. On hard mode, it's 5 minutes. But, bonus, it was discovered recently by just some streamer, some casual streamer. We don't know who, I mean, we know who they are, but like, I've forgotten their name instantly because they're not like a runner or anything. Just someone found out that the time it takes for the timeout to occur during the final boss, starts during the cutscene, not the fight. So if you're doing a hard mode playthrough and you want to time the final boss out that way, you can just sit there and watch the cutscene. And then it'll time out the boss much quicker on actually starting the fight. You gotta hand it to him. That's pretty crafty. That's pretty crafty of them. This is the wrong room. Fucking. Bleh. Why, dipshit? That was me trying to open a door. But auto-aim, like, took over. Auto-aim had an opinion. A bad one. Bleh? What? It's this room, I guess. No, stop it. It's been a hot minute since oof. This one feels weird because, like, I used to be super good at Silent Hill 2. Like, I used to be world record holder. Wow, he was so good at Silent Hill 2. But, like, now it's been, like, 2 years since I've seriously ran this game. It's like I can barely remember what the fuck I'm doing. Used to be such a gamer. I appear to be missing the hook. Right, I've done this. That's interesting. Oh, that's what that corresponds to. 7, 4, 7, 9. What? Oh, 1. The fuck? I think I'm missing an item. I think I've overlooked something. I am. Where do you get the hook from? Oh, I remember. I did in fact forget to do this. Oh, this would be very bad to miss as well, because there's a fucking shotgun in here, dude. You kind of need that. Yeah, how to speedrun? Dude, I haven't seriously ran Silent Hill 2 in 2 years. It's been a while. It's been a minute. It has been some time. Keep forgetting that VODs on YouTube are not current content. It's like, yeah, no, it really has been like a very long time since I've seriously ran Silent Hill 2. Good. Remember to use the stone, idiot. Did it. Success. Well, I mean, when I stopped running Silent Hill 2, I had the record in, like, every category and no one was even really close. So it's like, I don't know, just... So now my times have been beaten, but not necessarily by much. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 hasn't seen any major tech advancements in the past 2 years since I haven't ran it either. It's pretty much the same run. Just, like, do the same run, but, like, do it better. That's it. Which, I mean, you know, that's speedrunning. But there's a reason I spent more time earlier... I was about to say earlier this year, but no, it's the previous year now, isn't it? Fuck! More time over 2021 doing Silent Hill 3 instead, because that game had a whole bunch of crazy shit. And I tend to, you know, gravitate back to Silent Hill games where some new stuff happens, but, Silent Hill 2 and 1 haven't really had anything significant since RNG Manip and since, Romper Out of Bounds. And Romper Out of Bounds is pretty old at this point. I haven't, as a result of that, I haven't PB'd in Silent Hill 1 in, I think, like, nearly 3 years now. Unless you count all bosses, which, if you do, then I PB'd in it, like, half a year ago. You can count it if you like. I mean, it's APB. I've been busying myself with other runs and other ideas instead of trying to improve these runs. But I mean, that being said, I did get the memory, the record in Shattered Memories recently. So I guess I just changed games more than anything else. Still working on Silent Hill games, just different ones. Yeah, in fact, as a consequence of that, I'm actually the current, like, majority record holder in the Western Silent Hill games. Because my Origins record is actually still fucking standing, despite it being pretty old at this point. But no one's touched it. That happens to me. My records stand for, like, multiple years, and then I sort of drift off because, you know, my record has stood for years. And they get beaten, and then I never come back, because it's been years at that point. Ever done thought of doing Downpour? Not really. Downpour seems kind of boring. It's quite long, and a lot of it is unskippable cutscene. Well, I mean, you don't require a Series X to speedrun. Like, you can run on a 360 and, like, the speed police won't arrest you, but Series X is the most optimal platform, yes. I do want to get a Series X anyway, so I don't know, maybe I'll think about it then, just as an excuse to get more use out of the device. The thing that I've mentioned this before, but my primary use for a Series X would be that I'd want to look into the Deadly Premonition run. Because I think Series X might be able to go faster than even PC. And that would be a huge get. I mean, Series X's exist. I can buy one right now from like from an electronics store if I wanted to. Where the fuck am I? Found it. But a PS5, no, can't find those. PS5s will, I will procure one when opportunities permit and not before. Whereas I might get a Series X relatively soon. Deadly Premonition is Hidetaka Suihiro, yeah. Sweary. I like the first Deadly Premonition. I think it's good. Okay, it doesn't have to be too dark to read the map now. We can move on with our lives. God. Excuse me. Should we get a proper definitive PC edition? Yeah, me too. It's not gonna happen though. I mean, Deadly Premonition 2 was supposed to be getting a PC port like last year, and that just sort of quietly never happened. Like, where is it? That's a pause cancel. I keep forgetting about that one. Damn it. Blue Dragon is playable on Series backwards compatibility. And it's pretty good on that, actually. Load times are practically instant. Which is very helpful for transitioning in and out of battles. Yeah, I kind of think that the Premonition 2 PC has just quietly been cancelled. Like, they just stopped, like, they just haven't... It's one of those things that's either going to materialize one day randomly, or it's just not happening at all. What first made me want to speedrun Silent Hill games? Well, believe it or not, around the time of, like, what was it, SGDQ 14 or something? God, I've been doing this for a while. One of those GDQs made me want to, like, look into speedrunning in general, because I'd already been kind of a speedrunning guy. I would actually record my own best times for games that I had played in a physical notebook. I would write them down. So I was already, like, kind of into speedrunning, but I wasn't aware that there was, like, a subculture based around it. And then, you know, like, one of the GDQs, like, fucking 5 million years ago, I watched it and I was like, holy shit, lots of people do this crap. And so I got into it. I started, the first game I think I ever streamed was Eastern Mind, The Lost Souls of Tong Nu. I speedran that. It was a weird point-and-click game that I was into at the time. Then I did speedruns of Rugrats for PlayStation 1. Search for Reptar specifically. That run's kinda cool. It's fucking annoying, though. Baby game. Do not ask me for anything ever again. And then I did Silent Hill. Silent Hill was my third speed game. My third one. And the reason I speedran Silent Hill 1 at the time was just... I'd played through Silent Hill 1 for the first time that year. Like 2014, so, like, comparatively recently. Like, I didn't, like, grow up with Silent Hill or anything like that. It's not like a nostalgic game or anything. It's just... It was just what I was playing at the time. I thought, that's pretty good. I wonder about speedruns. So I looked on Speed Demos Archive, because that's what you did back in the day. I found a glitchless run from Ekudet. And my immediate thought was, that's fucking slow, I can beat that. Which is an extremely arrogant thought. In retrospect. But the thing is that I was right. So in, like, I don't know, a month of streaming runs of it, I'd beaten that time. And I was now, like, the de facto record holder of Silent Hill 1. And then people sort of coalesced around that, because, you know, hey, Silent Hill, like, I know what a Silent Hill is, let me give it a try. And then it became a thing, it became a community. So, like, really, I just got there first. Shockingly enough, there weren't really people running it, like, until I started posting about it? Seemingly? Oh, the camera did a weird there. Where the fuck am I now? Why is there a guy here? Whereas Resident Evil's already very popular, but Silent Hill 1 didn't have that many people playing it, seemingly. Like, there was a couple of people. But it seems like things didn't really, like, coalesce until I beat Ekudet's time and started posting about that, and then I was like, I kept streaming it because I want to, you know, improve the time, make it go even lower, etc. And then competition happened, then it became a thing where I needed a Google Doc to track the times and shit. Meanwhile, other people were working on the other games in the series. Like, at the time when I was, like, making Silent Hill 1 kind of take off... What did I just do? Did I do that wrong? What the fuck? Game. Behave yourself. There we go. What the fuck? But I was like kind of getting Silent Hill 1 to take off by running it. And I was running it on an emulator back then, because I didn't know any better. What? Game, please, work with me here. Other people were doing Silent Hill other shit. Like, 3 was actually the most popular game when I sort of was working on Silent Hill 1 instead. 3 had competition. There were, like, a few people at Silent Hill 3 at the time. Silent Hill 2 was pretty much exclusively dominated by Big Man Japan, though. You know, eventually we sort of, like, spread out into other games, because Silent Hill games share a common skill set. This is why a lot of Silent Hill runners run multiple Silent Hill games. The skills do, in fact, like, transfer fairly easily. Four is unique. That's why 4 is bad. Yeah, it's also why 4 has a lot of runners who only run 4. Does skill sets transfer over to Book of Memes? No! Nothing transfers over to Book of Memes. Book of Memes is memes. A bad and smelly game for smelly people. Oh, they changed to pistol. Nah. You came back later anyway. It's all about the anime bullshit around here, mate. It's too dark to read the flippin' map. The wrong room, idiot. Some rhythm game? I regret to inform you there'll be a lot of rhythm game stuff soon-ish. Maybe. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling, I guess. But there'll be lots of rhythm game stuff in my life soon. Whether or not it'll manifest as a stream is a different question. For you see, it is DJ Max's 2nd anniversary as of today, actually. DJ Max Respect V's 2nd anniversary, so there will be new content starting with the next season. Yes. And then Easy 2-On's full release is at the end of the month. It's March 31st. And they're teasing a whole bunch of shit for that. They want to come out big. What the fuck just happened? How? Yeah, Easy 2-On is leaving early access at the end of the month. It's getting like a proper full release, so they'll be releasing the features that they want to release. They want to add like a bunch of new songs. They want to add the ranking system, like the proper ranking system. They want to make course mode a thing. It'll be feature complete, so they claim. We will see how that manifests, but it could be good, because EZ2-1 has been shaping up very nicely over the past year and so. Be a nice keyboard game. Shaping up nice. EZ2-1 for the 2DX hardcore crowd? Yeah, it's hard. EZ2-1 is fucking hard. EZ2-1 puts hair on your chest. Like, DJ Max gets pretty hard too. Like, the upper level of DJ Max is fucking... is a crime. But EZ2-1 is like just crimes from the word go. That counted, I assure you. Like, DJ Max doesn't start committing crimes until you get into, like, the very high level. EZ2-1 just starts committing crimes immediately.
I disagree.
Chikobo, thanks for the 10 months. But, like, the fact that it's, like, it almost immediately commits, like, game crimes actually makes EZ2-1 a really good complement game to DJ Max. Because DJ Max has a problem where SC charts are really hard to branch out into because the difficulty curving is quite uneven. EZ2-1 doesn't have that problem, but because it starts very hard, it's quite difficult to onboard. So that makes it a good companion game to DJ Max. It's like if to fill out the middle of the difficulty curve, buy EZ2-1. It goes in the middle. And also at the top. You talk bad things about Osu for a completely ignorant person reading games. Why do I hate it? Okay, so let me qualify that. As like a game in terms of its core functionality, I don't think Osu is like destitute as a game. Like, click the circles, that's fine. In terms of what it does to the dynamic of the rhythm game market, it is poison. Hang on a moment, let me execute this trick real quick. Oh, I'm so fucking good at this. Holy shit. Yeah, it's okay, no, I've done the thing. It's all, like, user-made content for Osu, right? Which means for one thing, obviously, it's all just, like, stolen work. There are some unique, like, commission songs for Osu, but they're the exception, not the rule. And that's kind of bad for the rhythm game market in general. And also, Osu itself is extremely derivative. Like, it copies other music games verbatim. That's its thing. But like Osu, in terms of how it translates to a PC environment, could be conceivably thought of as unique because a mouse is different from a touchscreen. You could think that. I wouldn't disagree either. But then you have like Mania, which is just key game. And Taiko, which is literally Taiko. They didn't even change the name for that one. And Catch, which is easy to catch. Topical, by the way, Catch mode is probably most known for Osu, but EZ2-1 actually invented it first. It was played with the turntable. That was the reason it was unique. It has been largely stripped of that context, though. I keep exiting out through the wrong door because I am a silly boy who doesn't know where to go. He's talking about nonsense. And more philosophical objections now to Osu is that I disagree with its, like, the very foundational core gameplay loop in terms of how it, like, the secondary loop almost, like how it, the ranking system. It's the ranking system. I don't like the ranking system. lots of rhythm games have ranking systems in how they attempt to sort of attach an arbitrary value of skill to your play, but for Osu, it's like the primary focus. I think I'm missing one. Am I missing one? I think oh, I am. I made an error. I made a very big error, actually. How do I fix this? I think I just have to execute the skip again. Fuck, I don't have the light turned off. I didn't pick up something I should have when I was in the basement, so I think I have to go back down. Wait, no, I don't have to do that. I unlocked the fucking door. Idiot. You don't have to do that again. I actually got it as well, by the way. My hit rate with that is super good. The fuck is this camera angle? No, I forgot to pick this up while I was here. Oops. Yeah, the thing is that, like, trying to ascribe any, like, arbitrary value to denote skill is difficult enough in a rhythm game with, like, a very controlled set of content. It kind of works for Archaea because every individual chart has, like, an individually assigned, like, constant value that determines, like, the rank multiplier. And even then, potential doesn't really affect that much. So it's kind of there. It's a neat system. It doesn't affect much. But again, with Osu, it's like the primary focus. And because it's user-generated content, it can't be defined by, like, a team. It has to be done by algorithm. And that will have problems. People will game that. And because it's, like, the core focus, it results in a playing environment I find unsuitable. I don't find it matches the characteristic of a rhythm game that one generally plays by yourself. And again, I dislike how it values pretty much every artist in the ecosystem involved in music games, because it's like, why would I pay money to play rhythm game when I can just put the song into Osu instead? Uh-oh. Am I too far away? No, okay. Fucking Jesus. I was like, did I do that wrong? It's like, no, it's just slightly too far out. They do have some official partnerships, which is a nice gesture, but like 99% of their content is still just like stolen illustrations and music and what have you, and I don't like how that creates the expectation that music games should be free. I especially dislike how it created the expectation that all music games should have a level editor. I actually think it's bad for music games to have that. That might be my hottest take on the genre. Heavily depends on the context of implementation, but I actually tend to think customs are generally bad for your ability to support a game post-launch. Why would people buy your DLC if they like can just put their own songs into the game? But like unironically though. Sure, your tracks might be professionally quality and like what have you, but it's very hard to compete with infinite content. I also find that community content driven and like freeware rhythm game type stuff. Anyway, that's Salaho 2 done. Boy, unceremoniously closed. They have no value for like the aesthetics. The aesthetic flourishes that make rhythm games fun. Like people just play Osu Mania with like a black background. You know? They just play it with like like there's no background, there's no because you know people want to focus on the game, and that's like fair enough, but flashier elements give a rhythm game a certain characteristic. Like DJ Max has a bunch of really nice background animations and shit. That's important for catching the ear of the casual player. Play ball. Final run. Am I just going to be like spending the entire final run bitching about Osu? But Stepmania, kind of the same deal, except people play it 4-key. Like, there it's just a keyboard game, you know? But then you have, like, In the Groove, which has a long history of pretty well-supported and high-quality community-created styles of play. But there's also a lot of trash, but that just happens with community content in general. But then I think In the Groove succeeds mainly by way of, like, one, they have a fairly unified way of ranking their charts. Like, they rate them on sort of a vaguely unified system. There is consensus. Like, they've kind of gotten good at it by this point. I will say this as a point in favor of Osu. The standards for getting a beat map to be ranked require you to chart for lower difficulties. Many custom rhythm game content makers seem to think that's fucking optional. Damn it. Bitch. That guy didn't die. That's my favorite meme. That's why UFO Ending sucks. Yeah, sequence is good. Or before the echo, as it's now called. 8264. I immediately forgot what I just said. No, I didn't. I lied. Why is this lying liar lying to me now? But, I don't know, in the end, I guess it just comes down to the fact that beyond, like, ignoring all of the vaguely sort of ethical and problems with sort of the infinite content structure, let's pretend that doesn't exist right now. That's a big ask, I know, but, like, whatever. It's more a philosophical thing with me, and like, they differ in a philosophical way, in that I prefer a sort of a tighter, more structured experience in my rhythm games. A rhythm game can have a vibe if it contains only what it selects to, you know? Like, you can a game can have a sound. It can have a defined sense of what it sounds like. Like, Kovacs Pitch is a baseball rhythm game that only sort of contains, like, what I would define as being chill punk songs that are generally of Russian origin. That game has a vibe. And it is a vibe that would be immediately fucking crushed if you put caramel dancing in it. Yeah, Sound Vortex has a sound. It's like, it's very speedcore, it's very electronic, it's very weeb shit. But, like, weeb shit is an identity. DDR, in fact, floundered for a while because it couldn't find a sound. When the Eurodance craze came to an end, DDR struggled to, like, find a new footing for itself, although it mostly landed successfully when house became cool. What am I doing? You do the skip here, idiot. Couldn't remember the route there for a moment. I like, started doing any percent. Got it. I mean, nowadays DDR has a very good sound. There's a number of bangers indeed, but it took a while. Like, fucking... Like, X3. X3 has a number of good songs, but it's like the Dark Ages in terms of the series identity. Did I miss? I missed. Fuck. There we go. Oh, where is this? Now, I know where to go from here, I think. There we go. Fucking Christ. That was shaky, but got there eventually. That was very shaky. That's fine, we got through it. As long as I get through it without crashing the game, that's really all I care about at this juncture. Speaking of games that, like, have a vibe or whatever, I find that DJ Max's soundtrack has a weird fascination with songs that sound like they could be from a fantasy MMO. But aren't. They're designed to sound that way, but, like, they're not from anything. I didn't think that'd hit, but I tried anyway. And, like, I have to wonder why. Like, someone must like these, surely. You'll be shocked to learn they do not tend to be my favorite genre of song. Like, I don't know, I don't know, like, are Koreans really that fascinated with, like, fantasy MMOs to the point where they want their music games to sound like it as well? I guess so. The Nexon DLC for that game was really popular. Stands to reason that that might actually be true. I actually got all three of them there. That's good. Yeah, like, it's fascinating with songs that sound like they could be from an MMO, like, don't they, you know? Like, you've got... One of its defining songs is, like, Ask the Wind. It's called Ask to Wind. Please retranslate. Among other things. So they're not bad music, it's just an odd genre of music to have in one's music game. I find that DJ Max is specifically fascinated by it. In a way that Easy 2-On is not. Easy 2-On is, like, very sort of, like, disco-oriented. I'm not sure how to categorize Easy 2-On's sound, but it's, like, old as fuck. Very, like, club DJ. But, like, in a 90s ass kind of way. Songs that love the sample that goes, "Boo!" That sort of thing. My voice, like, broke trying to do that. That worked. This is... I don't think you attempt to kill anything in this room. No, you don't. That's wrong. Never mind. Oops. I'm ahead... No, it's this one you do attempt... Okay, whoops. Well, I guess I have an extra kill now. That's fine by me. I was mistaken about the, that I thought there was, the room, I was not in the room I thought I was in. I thought that's the room with 3 dudes in it. No, that room is a 1 dude room. That's a single dude moment. There is no time for single dude moments in this. What are you thinking? Look at this fucking dick. Cool speedrun, bro. If that happens in a run, your run's just dead. You just lose. This is me actually trying to do, like, the kill route of the newer route. Almost. Sort of. It's not exactly the same because I didn't do, like, the alt-enter strats at the start of the run because it's annoying and unwieldy and would probably break the game. And I don't feel like that at the end of a 4-hour run. But the sewers kill route matches what the world record would do, and I guess this functions. You do actually have to... See, you unequip it here, because Heather Beam is better than Sexy Beam for most purposes, but you lose time taking it off. And in that room, if you're lucky, you can collect 4 kills or 3. I think I only got 3 there, because I didn't hear the big guy die. But that won't make a difference, because at this point I should have, like... I picked up an extra one, so I should have... It's either 29 or 30, so the next 2 that I kill will take me to either 31 or 32. And that's enough, and that should be it. So ordinarily, if I didn't pick up the 2 extra kills... Actually, I picked up like 4 extra kills, didn't I? What do you kill in the endgame on this route? You kill the 2 dogs in Hilltop. How did that not work? I don't believe you. SH1 lore question. Does Harry end up in Silent Hill on accident, or does he just end up there? He crashes his car. While, like, driving by. So, like, both? So you'd kill the dogs in Hilltop, that would give you 2, and then you'd kill the Slurpers, and that would give you 4. But I still need to kill one of those, so what's the kill that I've skipped? You checked a random Easy 2 on song in the first saying there's a woo soundbite? I wasn't joking. I wasn't joking. A lot of Easy 2 DJ songs have a fascination with that particular soundbite. It's super, like, 90s club DJ. Super. Extremely. You know, the speed core fascinating with somebody scream. Dude, that soundbite is so common, there's like a score tracking website named after it. Like, you could pick up 1 kill here, but why would... I'm forgetting... I remember. No, this route works. This checks out. This is perfectly fine. See, you'd kill these two dudes, and that would be 2 extra kills, which I probably should have done then rather than waiting, but, you know, whatever, fuck it. Oh, shite. And that'll kill both of them because the Heather Beam tracks so aggressively. Heather Beam is a really good weapon for that kind of situation. These 3. You'd kill these 3 here. That would make up for the kills that I have already gained. Because I did them all the slow way. So I don't need to kill them. But that's where you'd pick up 3 extra kills. And then you'd kill the last 2 slurpers in the run, and that would give you the missing 5. Yes, yes, that checks out in my brain. That's perfectly fine. I get it. Local man, like, experiments with his kill route in the middle of a long-ass marathon run. But no, I get it. That makes sense. That checks out. The math is robust. Fear me and fear my timing. Still got those. I still fucking got those. Don't got those though. And then you kill these last 2 in a different route, but I'm not going to kill them, because I don't need to. I've already claimed extra kills due to my more route being different. Due to me not wanting to fucking do alt-enter strats in the middle of a long marathon run and probably break the game. And they're super unreliable, and they're not much faster RTA either. It doesn't seem worth it. No. I refuse. If I've calculated that correctly, that should be the right number of kills. You need to kill 31 enemies with the Heather Beam to get the UFO ending. I don't think I ever actually mentioned that at any point during this run. I just kind of assumed that people knew. And... yay!
Dad, listen. Something crazy is going on.
Cheryl! What happened?
Well, it's like
Done.
this. And that's about it.
Cheryl. I can't believe that.
There you go, folks.
I'm going to Silent Hill, and I'm gonna bust some heads.
Oh, Dad, you're the coolest.
That's every Silent Hill UFO ending run completed
I disagree.
in a little over 4 hours. Hey, Phantom Archangel, thanks for gifting a sub to Saru Marine. Shame's there because they adapted in Silent Hill 2? Yeah! That's why he's there. The UFO endings are canon to each other. Thanks, GCV. Thanks for the 100 bits. earn it by singing, right? No, I'm dead. It says 31 instead of 30. Yeah, no, they fixed it a while back. I feel kind of bad for them now. But it was a funny joke. No homecoming UFO, read the FAQ. Because that is the most common question, and it is answered in the FAQ. That's why I made an FAQ. Victory tweet. Yay! What time is it? Here's another good reason I shouldn't sing. It's midnight. I will piss off the neighbors. Do you know homecoming UFO category? Nope. UFO ending is not a special. It's not a special ending type in homecoming. Believe it or not. The more salient reason I left out homecoming is just that I don't know how to run it. But like, the fact it doesn't have a UFO category helps. I mean, okay, so the thing is that the UFO ending route for homecoming would just be any percent, but you make different dialogue choices. That's it. That's how you get UFO ending. It would be nearly identical. It's like UFO ending is not a special ending type in homecoming. It's just one of the standard endings. Heather. Minna Ah. The end. I bet you I could get sub 4 in this. Doesn't sound like the arcade also have a UFO ending. Read the FAQ. I wrote it for a reason.